Good evening. It is July 8th. It's 6 p.m. Beginning the open session of the Placerville City Council meeting. This time, would you please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Ms. Zito, would you call roll, please?
Vice Mayor Borelli.
Here.
Mayor Hagan.
Here.
Councilmember Patton.
Here.
Councilmember Thomas.
Here.
Councilmember Wilkins.
Here.
All right. Do we have any announcements or presentations to the public at this time? Nothing that I'm seeing. Okay. Any closed session report, Mr. Driscoll?
Thank you, Mayor. Tonight, the council did not take reportable action in closed session.
Okay. So at this point, we're on adoption of the agenda, and several of the items in Section 12, I'd like to reorder those, and I think Wendy, you've also had that concept. Would you please state what you're thinking? And
It makes more sense to reorder them, starting with item number 12.4 first. Here, item 12.3 second, 12.2 third, 12.6 fourth, 12.1 fifth, and 12.5 last.
Okay, you went way too
Okay.
fast. Can we do that again?
Do you need me to go over it again? or-
you can go a little bit slower.
All right. We'll start with item 12.4, then move to item 12.3. 12.2 is third. 12.6 is fourth. 12.1 is fifth. And last, 12.5.
Okay. Can I hear a motion to accept those changes?
I'll move that.
I'll second with the changes.
Been moved with those changes. Any other changes or corrections? Okay. This time, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. Passes. Ceremonial matters, item 6.1. At this time, I'm going to do a proclamation declaring August 5th, 2014 as National Night Out in the city of Placerville. So I'll go ahead and start that, and these two young ladies are going to tell us a little bit about National Night Out after I read the proclamation. So I'll try to read it quickly. A proclamation of the City Council of the City of Placerville declaring August 5th as the National Night Out 2014. Whereas the National Association of Town Watch is sponsoring a unique nationwide Lights On campaign and celebrating against crime, drug, and violence on August 5th, entitled National Night Out. And whereas the 31st Annual National Night Out provides an opportunity for the City of Placerville to join forces with 37.8 million people and 16,124 communities across the country in promoting cooperative police community crime prevention efforts. And whereas the City Council plays a vital role in assisting the Placerville Police Department through joint crime, drug, violence prevention efforts in the City of Placerville in supporting National Night Out 2014 locally. And whereas it is essential that all citizens of the City of Placerville be aware of the importance of crime prevention programs and impact that their participation can have on reducing crime, drugs, and violence in Placerville. And whereas police community partnerships, neighborhood safety, awareness, and camaraderie are important themes of the National Night Out program. Now, therefore, I, Carl Hagan, by virtue of the authority vested in me as the mayor of the City of Placerville, State of California, do hereby proclaim Tuesday, August 5th, 2014 as National Night Out in the City of Placerville. And I'd urge all citizens in the city to join the Police Department and the National Night Out Association of Town Watch and their sponsors in supporting the 31st Annual National Night Out on August 5th, 2014. So, thank you very much, and these two young ladies are going to...
We haven't even talked yet.
Maybe the chief can introduce the two, or...
All right, this is Crystal Keith and Amber Robinson. There are two of our dispatchers here at the department. They are our National Night Out coordinators this year. And so the last year, obviously, we were number one in the nation, cities our size. So they've got their work cut out for them defending that title. And with that, turn it over to them.
All right, I want to thank our Mayor Hagan and the council members for the proclamation of the City of Placerville National Night Out 2014. And at this point, we want to give you our National Night Out gifts. So we'll do that really quick.
And while they're doing that, anybody that was involved in National Night Out last night, or last year, can you maybe raise your hand, a few people?
Absolutely.
A couple? Go ahead and stand up, so I can see how many of you guys came. All right, thank you. We hope to have a lot of involvement this year to
A small
increase
bottle of
and defend our title, but we've got 4 or 5 here tonight, so.
Goodness.
All right.
That's right. Thank you. Nice. Well, thank you. Thank you, Amber. Oh, yeah. Very nice.
All right. Oh, you want? Okay. And the police department didn't buy these, by the way. These are provided by Target.
Wait.
Well, the t-shirts are from us, everything else is from Target.
Oh, we bought these? Now, the city didn't buy them.
The city did not buy the shirts.
Yeah.
They're from the NNO account.
Thank you. At this point, we are looking forward to another successful, fun-filled event this year. As the chief had mentioned, we got first last year, so we are shooting for first again, keeping our hopes up there. We have 4 main locations. The kickoff party is at Moore on Placerville Drive. That's at 5:30?
Yeah, 5.
5 o'clock. And then the other 3 main locations start at 5:30, and that is at the library, the grocery outlet, and Benham Park. So along with those, all the other block parties that the individual communities create themselves for the community to get to know each other in their little neighborhoods. We have, I think, 13 of those this year
So
as well.
far, yeah.
Yeah, so we're up to 17 locations throughout the city for a National Night Out.
At all the locations, we'll be serving barbecue, chips, drinks, all free to whoever attends. We're working on getting tri-tip again this year. I know everybody liked the tri-tip last year. We're gonna have a whole bunch of activities. We're working on getting bounce houses. We're hoping to, I'm looking to get snow cone machines, DJs, maybe even some live bands. We're really trying to, amp it up this year, see what we can do. We will be joined by fire and search and rescue again, and they will be holding demonstrations at all our main locations. So that's always kind of a fun thing for the public. Oh, and we're gonna have all-star elite cheer giving, they're gonna be doing some routines. I believe at Benham Park, maybe the library, I'm not sure. I think we're still trying to plan that out, but they're gonna be there, so that'll be pretty cool. I know there's some other stuff we're working out, so it'll kind of be a surprise to see what's there on August 5th.
You'll have to come to find out.
Finally, we want to thank National Association of Town Watch and their sponsors, which are ADT, Associa, Nextdoor, Kwikset, and Outdoor Movie Night. So that's who are the main sponsors are this year. We also want to thank our top local sponsors, which was Wells Auto Sales, Wilkinson's Portables, and Target again, for making this event possible. And we hope to see everybody there.
Thank you.
All right.
Question.
And if anybody has questions, we'll be outside. Just come and join
The
us.
council
and-
might have a question before, because we can't just walk outside.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
But
Well, it's sort of on those lines. It's like if a neighborhood wanted to have a party, who do they contact and how do they do that?
Either myself or Crystal, and they can just call the police department.
What number? Not, obviously not 911, so can
No,
you?
no.
Can
So
you
that
give
would
us
be
the-
530-642-5210.
Okay.
And just ask for either National Night Out or one of us.
Thank you.
And I know I just asked you just a minute ago, but you're still taking donations, I assume, and you
Yes.
still need more donations
Yeah.
to support this fabulous event?
Yes, so we've had quite a few donations, but I mean, we'll always take more because the more donations, the better the event, so.
And so how would people do that?
They can, once again, they can call the police department if they want to talk to somebody, or they just mail it to 730 Main Street and just put attention National Night Out.
So these food donations you need, or what kind of donations are you talking about? Money?
We would prefer money
Okay.
because that, that can go directly to the event.
Okay.
But we'll take any sort of gift cards. If we get enough, we'll be able to do some sort of, usually we use the gift cards to kind of, as a gift to volunteers. We'll do like raffles, and if we get enough, we'll do a raffle at the event too.
Right.
Well, ahead of time, I want to say thank you.
Yeah.
And good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Okay. So they will be outside for a few minutes if anybody has any specific questions, so, but thank you very much. Item 7, public comment, brief non-agenda items, written communication and oral. This portion of the meeting is reserved for persons wishing to address the council on any matter not on the agenda. What's in the purview of the city council. State law prohibits the city council from acting on items not listed on the agenda. I reserve the right to limit the speaker's time to 3 minutes. And I'd like to remind people also, for decorum purposes, written comments first, I'll be right with you, Mr. Parr. For decorum purposes, tonight, I know we have several items on the agenda, and we want to be able to hear everybody and listen to all the comments. It's not a time to jeer or boo or criticize somebody else's. So we need to hear both sides of anything that's on the agenda, and I would appreciate it if you would keep that decorum in mind when you're part of it. If you're going to talk on the same item, several of you talking about the same item, and you have a similar comment, in other words, not a different comment, it's okay for the speaker to say, I've got several people that are supporting me, and ask them to raise their hands. If you would rather not all come up and say the same thing. So at this time, do we have any written comments, Mr.
Mayor and Council, we had several written items come in after the agenda went out. However, they're all related to items on your agenda tonight, so I'll submit those to you as those agenda items come up.
Okay. Under oral communications, Mr. Parr, you wanted to make a comment.
Yeah, hi, Jan Carr, Placerville. Good to see everybody. Not only myself, quite a few people here in this room, and I can assure you, quite a few people that live in this town are very curious if Carl, you, and Patty, you are going to run again this year for supervisor, or for town council, excuse me. No, city
We're not
council.
going to run for supervisor, either of us.
No,
So,
excuse me,
but-
city. I made a mistake, Carl.
Yeah.
City council.
Okay, thank you for your question.
That's my question. Appreciate an answer.
Okay. I'll tell you what I told the reporter.
Tonight,
The
I'd
deadline-
appreciate an answer.
The deadline is in next month.
State law, they can't comment tonight.
Any other comments? Oral communications?
Good evening. My name is Matt Huckabee, and I am a proud community member for nearly 20 years now. I think that after 20 years, I can finally start calling myself a local. So I'm happy and honored to be able to do that. I wanted to take a couple of minutes this evening to address the council. And the first thing that I wanted to say to you is to express my deep appreciation and gratitude for the work that you do. Oftentimes, you get to wrestle with some very difficult issues that can be somewhat contentious, that can be somewhat divisive. And I really want to let you know that I appreciate that struggle that you entertain, that I appreciate your willingness to really give of yourselves to build the community that we all can be proud of. And indeed, we are part of an incredibly beautiful and wonderful community. I would also like to say that I am somewhat concerned when I begin to read comments that seem to be somewhat derogatory, that are directed to individuals who hold elected office, that are of a personal nature, that really aren't based in fact, that really are just spewing opinion or somewhat vile and, in my opinion, disrespectful. And so I'm here hoping that we can continue to have civil discourse, that we can be respectful of one another, that we can listen to each other's opinions and understand where we're coming from, and understand that we all come from that place of wanting to build a community that works for all. And I want to just put that out there and put that intention forward. I also want to say on a little side note that I've had the opportunity now to work very closely with Councilmember Thomas on a homeless project. And I would just like to point out to you, her peers, the spirit that she brings to that collaborative. And we have 20 different individuals that participate at any given time, from law enforcement to the faith community to people that are providing services to the homeless to members of the county Health and Human Services organization. We gather regularly, and we are really working forward to come up with a solution for a very difficult issue that our community is facing. And Councilmember Thomas' presence at those meetings is a calming presence, it is an inviting presence, and you have a very keen ability to listen to both sides and to summarize and to be inclusive. And I just really wanted to point that out and make you aware of the fine work that is happening at that committee and how well you are being represented to the community as we move forward with that project. So again, I really want to express my appreciation. I know that at times this can feel like an incredibly thankless job. You certainly aren't in this for the money, we can say. But just would like you to know how much I deeply appreciate the work that you do and your commitment to our city and building a community that is absolutely one of the best that it possibly can be. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Matt. Any additional comments? Okay, seeing nobody approaching the podium, I'm going to close this part and we'll move on to the consent calendar. I'm sorry.
The previous speaker actually alluded to what I want to say. I was alarmed. Yes, thank you, my back thanks you. A recent letter to the editor that totally mischaracterized a council member who I personally, and from seeing observations interacting with others, find this council member to be utmost in listening, as the previous speaker said, and I won't go on. He hit the high points. I just want to confirm and add my thanks with the previous speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, now I'll close the public comment period. And
my name's Rich. I actually didn't have anything to say at this time until just now. I have a question for the council members. I think this gentleman here gave a great speech about community, and I would have liked to clap for him, but I was told last meeting that clapping for a speaker is actually against decorum. So I'm trying to understand, is it okay to clap when the council members are being,
well, you notice we also
versus our own community speaking? If we agree with what they say, we can get told that we're, breaking the rules, but somebody else can come and give a speech in your favor, and then everybody can clap and nobody says anything.
So I'll try to answer that, Rich. So the question, and I said, is decorum is jeering and yelling when other people, typically that would be booing, sometimes it is clapping, but generally when someone is giving an acclamade, or someone is receiving awards, or someone receives a proclamation, it is custom to applaud. But continual applauding like you were doing last week, after I asked you not to, is what I'm talking about. We're waiting for the number of speakers for a particular issue to finish and move on. So that's all. So that was, I hope that's clear. If it isn't,
It's okay to clap then, is what you're saying. Not jeer, but clapping in the support of a speaker is obviously okay. Is that what you're saying?
I thought I was pretty clear, but I guess I'm not. If you'd like have additional questions later on, I'll try to have the city attorney answer that for you later. Thank
Okay,
you.
so if that's how we want to, I think
Thank you very much.
some of us understand, we can clap.
All right. Consent calendar item 8.1 through 8.13. Any comments or requests to remove an item by a council? Go ahead and Go ahead.
I don't know if you, okay. I would just like to note that our own Nate Stong and Wiley of our wastewater treatment plant will be moving on, and just like to recognize both of them for their incredible work to our city. You will be greatly missed, and just wanted to highlight that tonight.
Those are items 8.9 and 8.10. So, but we did want to thank you for your service. If you want to clap, it's okay. All right, are there any?
I'd like to just add that I have had several people from the public address this very issue that you just, and both of these gentlemen have received nothing but glowing reports, and the folks that talked to me said they are so sorry, and they just think that we are losing two great members of our staff. Thank you.
One guy is moving on to a similar position in the city of San Luis Obispo, and the other one is retiring and moving with his family to Texas. So,
Wiley is moving back to Texas,
Right.
and I myself am taking a job in the private sector in San Luis Obispo.
Okay.
I really appreciate the kind words. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. At this point, anybody in the public wishing to make a comment on items 8.1 through 8.13? Please state the item.
Okay, I guess it's 8.9 that says we're gonna lose Nate. And I'm very sorry to hear that. He has been absolutely great to work with for the Measure H committee and will be sorely missed. Best engineer I know.
Thank you, Sue.
Now, 8.4, for the emergency repairs to electrical main switch at the water reclamation facility. Our treatment plant's not that old. It seems like this item should still be under warranty. Has anybody checked on that to make sure that it's not still under warranty, or we can't recoup some of those costs under warranty? And the other one is 8.7 for the banner parking services. I'm thinking $84,000 is a pretty good salary, and I would like to know if the income from the parking at least covers it.
Okay. Next.
Good evening, Council. My name is Robin Roars, living on Bedford Street. My issue is with the adoption of a resolution regarding the
Which number?
8.12, the website. As you're familiar, I did complain significantly about the last website design and went and spoke to Cleve at nauseam, and then the county about hiring outside firms when you have a film division, when you have Kathleen Dodd to tap into, when you have over 25 web designers in this area to save money. In addition, I don't know that was done. Last time I talked to Kathleen Dodd about this subject matter, she said, well, they never consult me. We got a film commission. We've got web designers that sit at the fairgrounds and talk about how wonderful they are. And here's the city council using somebody who's now in the process of going from Delaware to Denver, Colorado, and is moving. I don't know if you know the background of this man. Certainly, he's very efficient at promoting himself, his web design, EvoGov, and his other online website. The name escapes me. Maybe I didn't write it down. But as a matter of fact, he was promoting himself in 2013 for Plainfield, Indiana, and designed a website and promoted it to them, saying, you know, this is like going to bring on business and tourists and whatever. On April 20th, on his Twitter account, 2014, he's a motorcycle rider. He's passing through Indiana and comments, quote, "I'm cursing you all across your miserable state," unquote. He's a motorcycle rider, goes from town to town to try to solicit business. And when you Google all the towns that he's hit with their websites, he gets his little logo at the end so he can promote himself. This is no different than the last website people that were used by you. However, the last website people, I think, were very amateurish in several things that they did. But where is the local people commitment to hiring a great website design and maybe even underbid this guy? Where's the contact with Kathleen Dodd? She has all the names of the web designers at her fingertips. I don't understand this. Where's the background check on this guy regarding lawsuits? There's only one federal lawsuit over copyright infringement having to do with this fellow and his establishment. The complaint I had, one of the complaints I had that I brought to Cleve was, you have to make a website also tourist friendly so they can get the information of what's going on in the town, where to go, where's an easy map, where do I shop, where's the antique stores, where's the latest hot item that's going on the fairgrounds and whatnot. Instead of ads for AT&T, Home Depot, and all the other ads that don't make any sense to a tourist trying to find out information. But that's how the money is gained. And the little peons, which is what I told Cleve last time, the little peons, I can't afford $5,000 a year for an ad on my city council website or county. I brought this same issue to the county regarding website design. Why don't you hire in-house and local? Also, last comment, under John McCowan, he's the president. When I research his own personal websites of John McCowan, I get to free online poker. Thank you.
Any additional comments regarding items?
Kirk Smith of Placerville. I wanted to follow up on the last comments because I think that when you have a period of fiscal shortages, there needs to be signs of fiscal restraint on the part of the city in spending money. And this would be one example. We saw not long ago when the Board of Supervisors to do a web design came up with $300,000 to do a web design. And in the technology field, all of us know how Hewlett-Packard started off making its products in a garage. And then there was this guy named Steve Jobs who came up with the Apple, invented in the basement of his parents' garage. And then some kid up in Harvard came up with a website that he sold for $6 billion a few years ago called Facebook. So just common sense tells us that we don't really need to spend this much money, and maybe we ought to spend our money locally, just as we're encouraging local capital elsewhere. Shop Main Street. Why not, when it comes to web design and web support systems, have the focus be on buying local?
All right, seeing nobody else approaching the podium, I'll bring this back to the council. We've got a couple of questions out there and comments. One, the warranty, I believe, under 8.4, that warranty was not involved because this was not an item that was not replaced at the time. Is that correct, Nate?
Correct.
Okay, so that was in our council packet, so you did ask about that, Sue Rodman. Also, authorizes city manager to execute an agreement between Banker Parkling, and somebody said that. This is the same. We've got a $200 a month increase on this one, and it's been in force for 5 years? 5 or 6 years. And there was a question regarding cost coverage on that, and that is covered.
As you recall, that is currently, you have a parking committee that is reviewing that. It is covering the direct costs, but not all of the indirect costs, and that's what we're reviewing, and is
Right.
also not paying for upgrades or maintenance of our facilities. One point I wanted to make, that she said that's a pretty good salary. That is not just for one person, that's for the company. There are actually two people that do our parking enforcement, so that is not just one person. That includes other costs, maintenance, et cetera, for the company. So.
Okay. And under item 8.12, there was 2 comments on that. I believe the agreement with Delaware.net was not about the information website. This is the city website that posts our agendas, minutes, and so forth, correct?
Yes.
And we had a review of that by our IT guy. We are in the process. We are saving approximately, as I recalled, the increase, the existing company, the rate is going to go up, was going up to about $15,000 a month.
$1,500.
Increasing by that.
Right,
This new one was
right.
going.
The new one is $1,500 a year. It's basically a third of the cost for the hosting and maintenance costs of what the existing company, which is a California company.
So it was a substantial reduction in cost on this particular item. And we did, I'm not sure how not Nate, George and staff, Darren went out for the bid on that, but anyhow, hope that answers your questions. If you'd like more detail, again, those items were handled about 2 or 3 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago.
Okay, at our prior city council meeting.
A month ago.
Right, thank you. All right, at this time.
Move for adoption.
Okay, it's been moved by Ms. Borelli,
I'll second.
second by Ms. Patton. Would you call the roll, please?
Vice Mayor Borelli.
Aye.
Mayor Hagan.
Aye.
Councilmember Patton.
Aye.
Councilmember Thomas.
Aye.
Councilmember Wilkins.
Aye.
All right, under item 9, there were no items pulled from consent, no ordinances scheduled or public hearings scheduled. We are now down to item 12, and we will start with item 12.4. Forget who's. That's an encroachment permit. Mr. Rivaz, would you like to start on that?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Staff is requesting that the council consider a request by Tim and Sue Taylor to extend the expiration date of an encroachment permit for 301 and 305 Main Street, known as the Herrick Building, from July 11th, 2014 to August 31st of 2014. The encroachment permit was first issued to them on July the 25th of 2013 and was scheduled to expire on July 1st of 2014. The encroachment permit allows for the closing of the sidewalk along the building on Main Street, Center Street, Stagecoach Alley, periodic closing of Center Street between Main and Center Street, and blocking of the on-site parking on Main Street in front of the building, and installation of scaffolding along the south, west, and north sides of the building, and installation of K-rail along Center Street and Stagecoach Alley. The encroachment permit was required to allow for necessary encroachments into public right-of-way by construction vehicles and equipment for construction activities are authorized under 3 building permits, one to allow for the structural stabilization of the building, another for the re-roof of the building, and then a third for the HVAC installation. On June 29th of 2014, staff received a request from the applicant requesting that the expiration date be extended to August 31st of 2014. The Taylors explained that the delay in construction and installation of the new roof was delayed due to issues with the former roofing contractor, which pushed the time schedule back approximately 6 months. Staff administratively extended the encroachment permit to expire on July 11th of 2014. Staff had a meeting with Mr. Taylor, Tim Taylor, and Mr. Mike Drobish on June the 26th to discuss the project. Mr. Taylor indicated that the dispute with the original roofing contractor is now settled and a new roofing contractor has been retained to complete the work. The extension request provides an anticipated work schedule that involves 3 different companies in the preparation of the roofing material and then its installation. The work involves the shipping of the sheet metal to the roof manufacturer, the fabrication of the metal roof panels by the roof manufacturer and delivery to the job site, and then the installation of the roof by the roofing contractor, and then the removal of the scaffolding, K-rail, and fencing. The work is anticipated to be completed by the end of August 31st of 2014, as shown as their request for the extension. Staff is therefore recommending that the council consider this request by the Taylors to extend the expiration date of the encroachment permit from July 11th, 2014 to August 31st of 2014. And that concludes staff's report. We'll be happy to answer any questions you have at this time.
Okay. So I'd like to make it clear, this is a encroachment permit issue only. It has nothing to do with their building permits. It has nothing to do with their structure or their thing. I actually think that they're doing a pretty good job. It looks, the work that's being done, the painted work that is being done looks very nice. And I'm sorry to hear these delays. The only item that we're asking to look at is an extension of the encroachment permit. So basically, we want to, we and the merchants in that area basically want the public sidewalk and public street back. That's the purpose of this hearing tonight. It's not judging the work that's being done or who's doing the work or concerns people have about the Taylors. So I would assume this would be the same if this was a McDonald's project and or Chipotle's or any other small box store, that Sue would be the first one up here complaining about the fact that they're going beyond their encroachment permit period of time. And so the reason this was asked to bring forward and the reason this was brought up in the first place is because their encroachment permit ran out on July 31st.
No.
July 1st, sorry. And so that's why we're doing it. And staff's recommendation is basically that. So at this point, would you have any additional comments or any questions?
Just quickly, I want to thank Pierre for preparing the report, and I want to thank the Taylors. I had a good meeting with them today. I think it was a good meeting, and we discussed several issues. I just want to report that I think that it is in the best interest of the city to renew this encroachment permit, extend it. There are concerns. We want to make sure that we can meet that deadline, and I was assured by the Taylors that they definitely want to get it done also. And I think it is at this point, I don't think it would do anybody any good to deny it. That just extends the length that perhaps we fight over getting the scaffolding down and et cetera. And for that reason, from staff's point of view, we feel that it would be appropriate to extend it through the August 31st requested extension.
Okay. Yes.
I have one question on the timeline, has to do with the permits. Maybe Pierre, this should be addressed by you, and that was, has the city issued the permits that are necessary for them to finish the roof, the special machinery that's coming into town? Has the city given everything, or are they in compliance with all the required permits
The permits have been issued.
today? Okay.
Yes.
So there's nothing standing in the way except for the fabrication of the metals and actually doing the roofing part. Is that, when I read it, was that correct?
Yes, staff will be requesting some additional details for some of those permits, but essentially permits were issued and they can continue moving forward.
Okay, thank you.
So what are the consequences of that additional permits? Is there a timeline on that, or I was under the understanding that when you do something and you have to apply for all the permits and they all have to be up to date before you can do the work, so I'm confused.
Well, 2 of the permits are approaching their expiration, and we did send letters of warning to the applicants, so they are aware that their permits are due to expire. And that's the re-roof permit and the permit for the HVAC system. So we will continue working with them and get the details, and then we can extend their building permits.
So is that second permit then under the same agreement, August 31st?
Yes.
So both of those have to be completed by August 31st?
That's correct. That's, we're being assured by the Taylors that, and we went over in great detail as far as all the different companies involved, primarily with the roofing contractors and the fabricator and everything, that they can meet that deadline. And we tried to include more of a worst-case scenario, so we had a little fudge factor in there, so we're not caught again, extending it again, but I think we're all comfortable that they can meet this deadline.
And Pierre, this is not unusual for a project, certainly of this size. I mean, certainly, I would like to acknowledge they've gone to a great deal of effort to come up with historical features and different kinds of material, and I know with building projects they can run long, and I have every confidence that the Taylors want this done as much as the downtown merchants and all of us, and so just would like to acknowledge that this is not an unusual thing, and just thank them for all their work on this.
Okay. With that, we'll open it up for public comment. Well, I'm sorry. Actually, Sue Taylor or Tim or both. I'd invite them to speak first. They're proponents of this project. It's their project, so we normally would ask them first to speak. So, okay, be Tim before Sue. Yeah, that is. But you're going to let him speak first?
We're both happy.
Okay. All right. I just want to make sure it was okay.
Maybe I should ask, will we get an opportunity to wrap up the questions that are brought up?
Typically, if there are questions that are addressed of the contractor, the proponent, we would allow them to speak and answer questions. So if there's no questions brought up to you, yeah, no.
I might wait till the end.
Go ahead, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you.
Sounds like your wife let you go first.
Just a brief history. Before we purchased the building, we met with Mayor Acuna, Vice Mayor Thomas, and City Manager Morris, and we want to thank them for all the great work they've done in working together with you to help facilitate this project. And we had set a timeline that I called it phase one for lack of being able to call it anything else. But anyway, we sat down with the city manager and talked about all the tasks that we needed to do to make the fence go away. And it was everybody's goal to make the fence go away, that we could get the sidewalk reopened and all those things to get everything done. And we made a task list, and that task list is very short now. There's just a couple of incidental things that have to happen after the roof is on that can't go ahead of the roof. We have to kind of go in order of the way the water drains, and so some of the things, the roof have to be there before we can put a little trim above it and stuff. But we're really close to getting done. We are really disappointed that we ran into the trouble that we did with the contractor that we had. The contractor typed in the wrong material on the contract. We asked them to revise the contract. I had a revised copy of the contract with the appropriate material. Then when it came time to order the material, they ordered off the wrong contract. Couldn't even read his own documents. And that's when the dispute began, and time was not on our side. We were trying to remain true to the things that were period correct with the building, the commitments we'd made to the Historical Advisory Committee and to the Planning Commission, and to have used the roof that the contractor ordered for us would be about as appropriate as trying to put mag wheels on a stagecoach. It just didn't fit. And so we, like I say, time was working against us. We ended up having to bite the bullet and settle before we could. That cost us $10,000 to $12,000. If we could have had enough time to work this out, we would have prevailed. And so it was a very expensive mistake, and one that we shouldn't have had to absorb any of the cost on. But that's water under the bridge now. I talked to some other contractors explaining that our dilemma with our timeline. We went into contract on May 29th with our successor contractor, and he was sensitive to the dates that we had. I couldn't enter into a contract with him until then because legally we were still bound to the other contractor, and would not be good business sense to have two contracts for one job. So by the time we got the new contractor on board, he had previously checked the prices in order to give a bid and everything, and unfortunately for us, when after we got the contract signed and they went ready to order the material was back ordered. The supply that they had was out of stock, and so you have the documents on the timeline for the manufacturer, the roof panel fabricator, and the contractor that we just need a little more time. And like a lot of projects, you know, like paint Main Street and everything else, you know, sometimes things take a little bit longer, but it's, you know, and it's annoying for some and aggravating and disappointing for all of us, but we just need a little bit more time. But we've been given the assurances from the supplier that we're on track with that timeline. We're anxiously awaiting the material so we can finish the roof and move on. I would like to make a couple of comments, though, that to set the record straight, that there were some documents in the staff notes and everything that were submitted with the agenda tonight that said that a review of the special permit conditions required indicates that the Taylors had failed to install the necessary sidewalk ramps. The sidewalk ramps were never a condition of the encroachment permit. There was a verbal discussion on adding handicapped or ADA ramps, and we weren't able to come up with a solution. We never received a request in writing. On our meeting late last month, that topic came up again. The ramp was put in the next day. I feel very uncomfortable, however, because I still have never received a written request, and that ramp was placed in front of, not in front of our building, but our neighbor's building, and I feel some liability exposure because I wasn't authorized by the city to do it. I was told by them to do it, but I have no documentation that that was required, and it is not on my encroachment permit. And so I would like the documents to be revised to reflect that appropriately. Questions from the council?
Any council member have questions at this point? Go ahead.
I do, yeah. Thank you, Tim and Sue for being here tonight. Let's see, on the back of the special and the encroachment permit, I do see on item number 1, during times of sidewalk closure, safe pedestrian access shall be provided around the project area using traffic delineations and caution tape. And it does talk about the conditions of the sidewalk. So were those addressed?
Those were addressed and taken care of, but you notice that it does not specifically say any ramps in that condition. Okay, that had to do with any sidewalk that got removed or you know, during our construction, and things that were blocked. We've used construction tape and cones. We can't maintain them 24 hours a day. They kind of come and go, get thrown over our fence and stuff. At the suggestion of our city engineer, we tried bolting one of them down to the pavement. It got run over and broken, and be fixing that in the morning. So this is just a challenge with the.
You know what
there's some of these drivers in town aren't very good.
I do have one more question. Under staff's recommendation, they're recommending that a walkway be secured with barricading and signage at the front of the building to show that the sidewalk is open. Do you think that might be able to be accomplished in this time period? So, you know, as our busy summer traffic, as people are coming and going, that they know that there is access there?
You know, if you look at item 4, I think that was a task that the city was going to take on.
That was only when the sidewalk needed to be completely closed for that. But number 1 addresses pedestrian traffic through the area. Item 4 addresses when the sidewalk needs to be closed. The short answer to this is, I've talked to the Taylors. I think we can work together to secure that area so that it is a walkway. I don't think this is something we need to dwell on. I think there's a difference of opinion of whether or not that ramp was required, and we can sit here and argue about that all night. The ramp is in there now. I think it can, for this short period of time, suffice to make that accessible, and we can assist them with barricades to make that walkway work through there. So that's what
And just we could do some signage that lets tourists and our public
Yes.
know that that's open, especially for those businesses that are right by your
Yeah, so
building.
we've been trying to work to accommodate these things, and we'll continue to do so, and
Well,
we'll
thank you.
be happy to do so. Sometimes it's very helpful to have a little meeting like we had today to
You
get some
bet.
clarification on stuff, and we'll do what it takes to keep the
All right.
pedestrian traffic moving there.
Well, sure appreciate all your efforts on that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. If you might have a seat in the front in case there's somebody that may want to ask a question, or I would be the one to ask it. Go ahead.
Stan Morris, transient resident of Old Historic Main Street.
Does that mean you're homeless, or that you didn't pay the rent this
Well,
month, or what?
Theoretically, that's true, Carl.
Thanks.
These are difficult decisions. I respect and admire anyone that puts in service to their community, and I mean all those from volunteers to city council. It's a rough job. With that said, there's no one, I don't think, that would like to see that scaffolding come down on the Herrick and Hangman's Tree building at 301 and 305 than I. And that's because I know when that scaffolding is pulled down, it's going to reveal a beautifully restored Hangman's Tree building and Herrick building with augmentations that haven't been there for many, many years. And on the historic aspects of that Hangman's Tree are actually going back to the 1930s and maybe way beyond that. So I'm going to ask City Council, in the interest of historical preservation, this isn't a McDonald's. I understand a business has certain parameters that they have to adhere to, but this is a historic structure that the Taylors have come forth and been willing to deal with at a time when many people weren't willing to deal with it. And it should be mentioned that the West End, the businesses down there, they've had their concerns and they've had their problems with this, but I don't believe that should lie on the Taylor shoulder. They came forth and they did the city a service by taking that project on when no one else would. So I'm going to ask you again, please give them their extension, and this is in the interest of historical preservation, which is what our city is really about right now. And I appreciate all of the work that you're doing regarding that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kirk Smith of Placerville. What I didn't hear the applicants note is what's being done is having the roof put on with large sheets of metal. So it requires somebody who's at one end and a worker at the other end. So it's not like when you put on shake roofs or the kind of roofs that you would see in other parts of town where you can have somebody get on the roof and start applying it. It requires one person at the bottom and one person at the top. So it's extraordinarily dangerous to do it without having the scaffolding. The scaffolding is actually necessary. And again, just a reminder of what you already know. This is the most significant historic preservation project that's ever been done in this town in my life. And unquestionably the largest, well, you can challenge me, the courthouse was not done by private parties. And what was done with the courthouse is they ravaged the inside. You can see in the Tolman building what one of the historic lighting fixtures is like that was taken out.
So the beauty of that building was substantially different. So what they've done has been very careful, and it's something that certainly needs to be supported. Carol, you're the one who introduced me to Marilyn Ferguson. What a great tip. And when I was there at the Coleman House about a week ago, what do you know? There's another group of tourists coming in from Czechoslovakia, and what did they want? They wanted a postcard of that dummy of the Hangman's Tree building. It is the second most important tourist spot in town besides the bell tower, and something we all should be proud of because of that work. Thank you.
Chris Payne, 327 Main Street, also president of the El Dorado County Historical Society. Being a owner of 327 Main Street, I'm just down the block from them, they're neighbors. Plus I know the Taylors. I consider it, there was a time before the Taylors, and there's a time after the Taylors. Certainly the time after the Taylors, which was much more favorable to the city. And so having them involved right now, and before you on this issue of the approval of the encroachment permit only, that's what I understand. But I've also heard staff talk about additional conditions that may be placed on some of the permits, not necessarily the encroachment permit.
There are existing conditions.
Only. That's what I'm just trying to understand. I'm trying to understand if there are
We'll
existing
answer that.
conditions only. That's a question. I'm not asking for a response at this point. In terms of the status of this encroachment permit, if you look in the staff report, obviously it says that administratively it was extended to July 11th. So that means that they have had an encroachment permit during this period of time to get us here tonight.
Correct.
So what I want is for the city council, and I think hopefully the votes are there, to approve this encroachment permit extension, because I believe it's the right thing to do. One more point, and then I'm finished. I'm very involved with the Placerville Downtown Association by being a property owner, and by being involved with the Placerville Downtown Association, which their meeting is this Thursday at 8 o'clock, not last Thursday, because of the holiday. That's a plug for PDA. That it is important to know because that is a forum of discussion related to this project monthly. And that gives an alternative to coming to city council to discuss it. And there is a sensitivity by the Taylors and by those people that are around it that when this is finished, it'll be great.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Laurel Stroud. I'm from Placerville. I'm the owner of 533 Main Street. And as the owner of an old building in town, I truly respect the historic aspect of this town. I ask that you give the Taylors, who are doing us a great favor to this town, that the city couldn't take on, that we give them their extension on their encroachment, and that we add no extra conditions. Thank you.
My name is Ben Parks. I'm a resident. I would like to just echo what we've heard, and I'll make one comment about foreign visitors. I live in Africa much of the time, and one of our visitors, who comes here every year from Mount Kilimanjaro, I met him first in an internet cafe in Moshi, Tanzania, and the first thing he told me about Placerville was, "That's where you have the hangman." So this gets around. It gets around a lot. By the way, he has been here 10 times in 10 years, so he brings large groups of travelers.
Thank you.
Mary Donkey. People don't drive from all over. I was going to say up the hill, but all over the world, I'm hearing, to go to a McDonald's or a Chipotle. But the night of Paint the Town, I happened to be in front of the Hangman's Tree, and people were coming up and looking and commenting. And the comment I heard most, where's the hangman? And Tim Taylor was there. He said, well, we had to put him away for safekeeping because with the scaffolding, he took little trips quite frequently, and retrieving him was not always easy. The people like that. It's the history. And our city can't really compete with El Dorado Hills Town Center, nor do I think we want to. What we have to do is accentuate what's unique here. And that's our history. And that's the small community feeling with community pride and our historical society. And just the people, and it isn't just the people in the city of Placerville. The people in the county, since we only really have 2 towns in this county, consider this their city too. Even though they can't vote on the ballot, they certainly vote with their presence and their appreciation for the hangman's and heritage.
Thank you.
Sue Rodman, Placerville resident. I think that instead of hassling the Taylors, we should be giving them applause. They took on a project that would pale. Most of us would never dream to even have the expertise or the courage to tackle something like that. That was not an easy job. And if they need another month, so be it. Murphy lives on all these kinds of projects. It's easy to put up a Chipotle or a McDonald's. They all come prefab. They just slam them in. But to restore something like the Herrick and the Hangtown buildings is a work of love. It's a work of art. It takes patience. It takes courage. I think that they have done an amazing job. Every time I go by, I'm just amazed by the progress they have made. And if it takes another month, so what?
Robin Roers. When I saw this on the agenda, I was quite alarmed. Did you, and Pierre, did you have any idea of the impact that would have on the citizens to think? And there wasn't a recommendation to approve, but the word consider, as if you could consider to say no to them, and this whole project would go away. That's how I read it. I got guests that come, oh, where's the hangman? Where's the hangman? And I'm like, it's coming, it's coming. I see the scaffolding, and I know that it's coming. I know that it's a really important building. It's important, at least to me and my business. And yet when I see this on the agenda, I go, oh my God, it's just the word consider, not approve, but consider, as if you could deny them. Instead of doing an obstacle course for them, you should let them have 4 months, whatever it takes, because at the end of the road, we're going to have a nice, shining building. And in my experience, it's the city engineer that usually extends a permit. It's kind of like, okay, we see what your difficulties are. We don't have too many complaints from maybe some people next door regarding the scaffolding, but we think we can handle this in-house pretty well. It's been my experience that it's usually handled that way until it becomes a little bit, too much. Like maybe there was some abuse here. That's not these people. And it could have been handled differently. And I think you're wrong, Wendy. I think they've been targeted. This seems a little too unique to put this on the agenda for them in light of a historic preservation document from Michelle Obama saying how wonderful the city is. You should extend every opportunity to these people and no obstacles whatsoever. And I consider putting this on the agenda with the word consider an obstacle, as if you might consider not to extend it. Thank you.
Okay, seeing nobody else approaching, Rick?
I just wanted to say there's a lot of things, but everyone else is covering them so well, so I just want to get to this point. I think the people who live in Placerville, and I'm a business merchant here, so I am definitely one that is for the extension of any of these permits. if we were to put up a Chipotle or something like that, they'd of course have millions and billions of dollars to do all of that stuff. You're talking about two people. I have a friend who was going to undertake the project, and they said the money was very expensive. So if you're going to at all cut down some individuals that are making our town better, and you're going to get such a stir on that. But my logical question is, if you were to do that and the project ended and someone else had to come and do something with it, the scaffolding would go back up, because you can't have people falling off the roof in a construction job. So regardless, we're already halfway there. So, I mean, we're there. It's there. And I just want to make that logical point that if there's anybody who's not into the scaffolding, it's already there. To take it down and to put it back up would be even worse for your opinion, if that was the case. Thanks.
Hi, I'm Michael Kobus, local businessman. I want to commend the Taylors for what they're doing on that building. It's pretty amazing. It's a big undertaking. And as we all know, whenever you take on a big project, a big construction project like this, whether it's a building, whether it's a highway project, anything like that, there is always going to be delays. So I would request, and ask the council to, it's only a month. Gosh, it's going to be a beautiful building when it happens. So I would just request that, just always think though, when there's other delays that go on in the county, to also, take those into consideration. Okay, thank you.
Rod Pimentel, I'm from Camino. There's some significant areas in our county that are just being destroyed here lately. One of them is Camino. And I don't know if any of you have taken a ride up to Camino, but a building that has been there longer than anybody in this room has been alive has been torn down by Sierra Pacific, which, according to the Historical Society and everything, they were supposed to go get permits to do all this stuff. And as far as we know, none of it was done. I mean, there's two significant places in El Dorado County. One of them is Poor Reds. And people come from all over the world to go to Poor Reds. It's closed down now, as everybody knows. The other place is a Hangman's Tree. There's photographs all over the place from people from all over the world that have came to Placerville, and the Hangman's Tree is what they know. And I think that rather than try to hinder anybody, you ought to try to help them as much as you can, because that's part of our history. My family's lived here since the 1920s and before, and everybody knows Placerville, and the Hangman's Tree is one of it. And to start working on an old building is crazy. They should have done what you guys said. They should have just tore it down, because what difference does it make? You guys don't care what happens in Placerville. The whole place can be torn down. It's like a Walmart store over there, right? When Walmart comes in, they know exactly how many bricks they know.
Walmart is in the county.
Okay.
So,
all right,
okay.
But still, it doesn't matter. It's a McDonald's. When they build a McDonald's, they know how many yards of cement they need. They know how much glass they need. All the tables are preset. They go in there, they can throw that thing up in just a heartbeat. When you start working on an old building, as soon as you start to take off the facade off the outside, you have no idea what you're going to run into. And I think that you guys ought to work with them as much as possible to make sure that this thing gets completed, because it's costing them a lot of money to do this, a lot of time, and nobody else would have taken on the project.
Hi, my name is David Price, and I had a whole bunch to say, but with this, I don't think I even need to say much other than the Taylors need to be thanked for the historic and cultural preservation that they have done for our community, and I think even more than that, they have shown tonight how important it is to the citizens of this community. Thank you.
Tim Costello, Shingle Springs. I'm here to ask the city to grant the request to extend the permit.
Thank you.
We're only talking a month and a half. As the others have said, it's incredibly historically significant. We should be thanking the Taylors, not putting up roadblocks. Reference to $100 a day fines is draconian in my opinion. So let's extend the permit and let's get that thing done as quickly as possible. Thanks.
Hi, Steve Ross, Placerville. I just want to say that very few people would have gone down the path that the Taylors have gone. It's a tremendously difficult project, but it's historically significant to Placerville. So my request would be that the council cooperate as much as possible. Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the council. My name is Mike Spiegel, born and raised in El Dorado County. I was past president of the El Dorado Community Hall and Center, was past member of the El Dorado Diamond Springs Design and Review Committee. While I was on that committee, we were approached by a developer, and he was telling us that we will love his development because it's going to look like Disneyland. Well, Disneyland has its members and names like Minnie and Mickey and Donald and Goofy, but we have our names also, like Sutter and Studebaker and me and no, and also we have the Herrick Building. We have the Hangman's Tree. So I believe that our history, that states our history, and any support that you could give the Taylors would be appreciated by not only myself, but many members of El Dorado County and the world. Thank you.
Okay, seeing nobody else approaching the podium, I'll bring it back to the council and answer some questions, if we had any. Okay, I don't believe there were any questions of you, Sue, or
Well, I haven't
Tim.
made a 3-minute comment.
Okay.
Thank you.
I was trying to move on, so.
Well, I want to thank Councilwoman Wendy and Mark Acuna for helping us at the beginning of this journey, because without their assistance and Cleve Morris at the beginning, we wouldn't have really been able to take this on. And so we did make some work policies with each other, and it's been really great. I think the only issue was this is kind of a hiccup, and I'm really kind of floored right now with all the support that we have, and also all the people that have helped us with this building. You know, it's easy for me to fight for other people. It's really hard for me to do this for myself. So I'm a little discombobulated. But anyway, I also hate being in the position to speculate as to your decision, because, and that's why I really wanted to do this as an administrative process. In the normal process of extending encroachments, you normally would go to the city engineer and ask for a extension. I called the county to see what their policy is, and they said they don't normally go to the Board of Supervisors. They would have just taken the time, if you were in a legal struggle, they would have taken that time and added it to your encroachment, which would have been 6 months. We're actually just asking for August 31st, which is probably really hanging ourselves to cut it close, but that's what we want to do. We want that down as much as you do and everybody else. We're paying for it. So we can't move forward without that scaffolding there. Legally, really, we can't get that roof on without that being there, and we can't be put in a catch-22 situation. So we need that extension. And I really didn't want this to be a public issue, because there's always going to be this kind of discourse. It is wonderful to hear the support, and that you know that people are supporting this project. Also, but being put in this position, I would just like to really say that if you're going to approve it, great, thank you, let's move on. Can you fix a few things in the report? Like, because it sounds like we didn't work with them on certain items, but those were never in the conditions. So I'd really like the report to be corrected. And that's it, thank you, let's move on. But if there's any chance that this doesn't get approved, I have to read the items in case how it qualifies. Is that what's hard about not having due process? Normally you go to the city engineer.
You're having due process right now, and I
we were
was
never
going to get
given
a clarification.
We were never given the option to apply with the city engineer, and normally you
Okay.
would, and then it would
I'm
be
gonna ask that
if they
question in a
denied
minute.
it.
I was
then,
going to ask that question in a
Okay,
minute.
but I'm telling you, if they deny it, then it comes to you for appeal.
Right.
So in a way, I'm missing a step, and so I don't know
Right.
if I'm addressing an appeal or a first request.
I'm going to
for
get
an
a
encroachment.
clarification on that in just a second.
Okay, because if I'm doing appeal, I have a whole bunch of more stuff I got to read.
This is not an appeal, correct, Mr. Attorney? This is not an appeal.
No, it's not an appeal.
Okay, so that answers your question?
It is not an appeal. So if you deny it, I still have the right to appeal
That's
to the city
correct.
council again.
That's correct.
Okay,
I think we're ready to vote on this.
thank you.
Well, I'd like to get a... Again, this was and has been, I received some emails and some phone calls today on this. It was about 50-50. Some businesses are upset with the length of time it's taking and moving forward. And I believe I was the one that asked this to come before the council about 6 or 8 weeks ago. And I asked just for a status report, and I didn't ask for you to come or bring people. I wanted staff to provide me with a staff report. At that point, I believe we saw that the encroachment permit was about to expire at the end of July. So I think that also emphasized it. But why did this come before the council? Maybe between the two of you can answer that question, because
I'll answer first to explain our reasoning for it, and then the city attorney can add to that if you'd like to. Any item that comes to staff that is normally for staff purview, if we feel that it is controversial or needs council direction, we have that authority to bring that, to elevate that to city council. That's just the normal process. Yes, normally an encroachment permit would be done at a staff level, but if there is, if it's controversial or other issues there, it's our right as staff to bring that, to elevate that to the council for consideration. That's the only reason this was brought up this way at this time.
And there was a comment made about the hassle that we put people through, and I don't think that was not made by the Taylors, but it was somebody who was speaking earlier. Robin Royers, I believe, and a couple others said the same thing. And my understanding is that we have been over backwards. We've waived a number of fees. We've spent a lot of time directing the Taylors to the proper people when there was an issue or a problem. So, Mr. Rivas, would you please answer that?
No, staff is actually working very, very closely with the Taylors. The city has waived all the fees. We did feel that this permit was ripe to come to the council. There would have been no purpose of denying the encroachment permit just to have it appealed and then fight over whether there's going to be fees paid. Instead, we come straight to the council. We work closely with them to get a status report, and we feel comfortable that they're going to be able to meet their deadlines. I think it's important to remember that it's an encroachment on public right-of-way. There is safety issues. The public is pushed out into the street around the building. It's occupying parking. I mean, it's a public right-of-way, so the public is involved. You can characterize it as being maybe similar to a McDonald's or some of the other big boxes, but typically those are wholly enclosed within a private property, and they're typically not right up on the edge of a sidewalk where there's public right-of-way involved. And so staff has received a very large quantity of complaints on every other day or every day. Though they're not here, it's good to see the support, but nevertheless, there is others that see an issue, and so That's why we elevated it to the council. We wanted the council to be fully aware, air it out in public, because it involves the public and involves public right-of-way. And so, again, staff brought it for the council's consideration. We will continue to work with them on their permits, even though they're about to expire. We provided them courtesy notices that they're about to expire. We accepted these permits. Basically, they were incomplete. There's a lot of detail that we still need, and we're working closely with them. They, we have given them much more than we would give anyone else, and I think that is because the city does recognize the importance of what they're doing to restore an historic building that is important to the community. But to characterize it as being singled out or the more negative aspects, I would disagree with that. They have received an inordinate amount of attention from the staff, much more than anybody else would have or has.
Good. Thank you. And that's my understanding also, that, and I've had several complaints and so forth, and a lot of people have brought it up to more than one city council member, that we just wanted some simple questions answered, and we did find out we're at the end of this period. So, Mr.
Mayor, I apologize. I should have done this early on. We do have these two letters that I'd like to pass out to the council. One is from a Richard Wolf, and the other is opposed to the extension, and the other is from a George Perez in favor of the extension. So I should pass those out to you.
I already have those. They were emailed to me.
Right. You did receive both of those yourselves, but I want to note that those
All right.
were received.
So at this point in time, I'll bring it back to the council, and the council entertain a motion to.
Before we do that, I just,
Some additional comments?
I have an additional comment. I just hope that everybody listened to Mr. Rivaz and what he had to say, because there's always two sides to every story, and I know a lot of you folks who came up and talked about supporting, but you made these accusations towards us. And I think this is what the initial speaker at the beginning of the meeting said. Why keep throwing these things at us? We're doing our job up here. We've gotten complaints. And that was one of the main things when Carl brought it up a couple weeks ago, or a few weeks ago, why this was started. And so we have to hear both sides of the story. And to say that, accuse us of hassling, obstruction, hindering the Taylors, I really, because I've heard from our staff, we've not done any of those things. We've been cooperating. And by we, I'm going to say staff, because I didn't have anything to do with it. But those are the points that when we have these, I would like to say discussions, I wish we could just have a discussion and not have people come up and point fingers at us and talk about how terrible we are. It's just really it's unnerving, quite frankly. And I'm sorry, but I just about had it up to here with all of this. And I'm getting, to the point like, come on, you guys. This is not fair. So that's what I had to say.
Any additional? Carol.
I have a few comments. First of all, I would like to say thank you to the Taylors, because I was keenly aware of the ideas that were floating around to demolish the building. I was shocked when somebody stood up and said that they would buy the building and then remodel it, historically accurate, and terribly pleased that they had the perseverance, because quite frankly I wouldn't have. And I'm very grateful. And I understand what Patty's saying. It's very difficult to sit up here when people are extremely critical of our staff and of us for even listening to an item. I believe in the public discourse. I believe in airing things out. I believe in transparency. And I believe in hearing everyone's side. And I will tell you that what I heard today, or some of the references the email that I got today, spoke of being afraid to come to this meeting, and that breaks my heart, because this is where you're supposed to be free enough to talk. We are supposed to be open enough to hear you. That's our job. So I just, again, I want to reiterate my gratitude to the Taylors for this project. I want to state my gratitude to staff for helping to get this project to where it is today. I also understand the concerns that some of the merchants have on the length of time that the sidewalk has been closed, because it is an impact on some businesses, and it's ugly, and I'm sure the Taylors see it too. It is ugly. I hate K-rails. I hate them with a passion, but they're a necessary evil to see this through. And I appreciated actually Kirk Smith's description of the roofing, because even though I read the report, I didn't understand why they had to have Montgomery there, and because I had really no idea that the panels were that big. So I appreciated that. I appreciated hearing what people have to say. I do not appreciate being accused of putting up obstacles in front of applicants. So that being said, I would like to go ahead and make a motion that we approve the staff report, we approve the request to extend the encroachment permit for the Herrick building, and I would even be game to extend it for 60 days instead of 30 days.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any additional?
Just for clarification so the audience can hear, that would be from July 11th to September 30th?
Correct.
Vice Mayor Borelli?
Aye.
Mayor Hagan?
I thought you said 60 days, but.
An additional 30 days to August 31st?
Instead of a 30-day permit, a 60-day permit was
Okay.
my motion.
I can't
Okay.
see the Taylor. So,
I thought it meant 60 days from the 11th, but that's okay.
Mr. Rivas and I will figure out the math.
Okay.
Thank you.
And talk to the Taylors about it. Mayor Hagan?
Yes.
Councilmember Patton?
Aye.
Councilmember Thomas?
Absolutely.
Councilmember Wilkins?
Aye.
Okay. At this point, then we'll move on to item 12.3. Yeah. Did you go ahead? I'm going to take a 5-minute break.
That's good that, you have additional 30 days on top of this, maybe a little bit, so, because I know what building projects are like, and they do always take longer, especially something of your magnitude.
Hi,
I'm Wendy.
I'm Fran Duchamp, and
Oh, you're a
somehow
friend.
I am, and I've got,
How have we not met?
I don't know, and apparently I'm running against you or something. In the newspaper today, it's like,
Finally meet you.
who are these people? The only thing that I originally said, and everybody has an off day, but people when they argue, bloggers will irritate them all, is that day, some of you had a really bad day. And if it had just been a quick thank you, nobody would have cared, but it kind of, so that was my comment. And then I had some of your friends at fundraisers, stand over me and say things I like, okay, if you just let it go, it blows away. And then now I have a guy named the Democrat saying all sorts of things. Well, somebody from Cameron Park that I don't know said that I made a comment about how wealthy you are. Believe me, I don't care how wealthy you are, I really don't. And I'm not running for anything, because I don't live here. So everybody has come to your defense. I have had so many people call me and yell at me and come over to me and introduce themselves and say, wow, she's just this really wonderful person. I go, okay, but she had a bad day. Absolutely.
And if you ever have concerns, would like to talk, I did read the letter to the editor, and I probably met him a few times, and I was blown away by his comments, but you're right, I answer every single email, and my door is always
I
open.
think what he did is he took my paragraph and combined it with something else. Because anybody that knows me, I came from it and I walked away from it. So I hated it. And so I'm reading this and I'm like, I'm a girl and I run against him. Why would I care how much money they are? So again, I was told, shake your hand.
I'm glad to meet you,
So
friend.
I'm shaking your hand, and that was really nice. And again, I know you have a little bit of background in art. Just the milk painting alone.
Oh, it's stunning. It's just that I called Michael and Tim and got the contractor's information for the shutters, because I think we might want to put those on our house, and they're just beautiful. Yeah.
Well, and again, the whole thing is interesting. I mean, they're rent free.
All right. I apologize, I didn't get back to you with this information. This is the capital lease on
Is it unencumbered monies, or is it?
It's general fund money. So here's the payment, the annual payment, and it runs through 2021. It won't be a full payment in 2021, as you can see.
So it started here in 2014?
No, this is as of this year. This is still what we've got to do.
Oh, you just put those together?
This is from our financial statement. Yeah, this is the way they listed it in the financial statement. So, but it shows 196,000 a year for these 4 years, and then for 18 to 2021, there's 490,000 left. So, which will pay it off by 2021.
So they get less?
Well, no, it's still 109, except the last year will only be a partial payment.
Oh, okay.
So,
okay. So it's 196 times
yeah, for those
3,
right.
and then the fourth one will be, the third one will be less.
The third one, yeah. 2 years will be 196,000. The third year will be a partial payment to finish it off.
So was this in the budget that I looked at somewhere?
It was not in the budget, it's in the financial statement.
I'm in the back looking at you going,
So, sorry.
I saw you, but
That's where Dave's out on vacation. I couldn't get all of it. I had to go research it and find it. So
Okay,
anyway,
well, thanks. No,
that's-
I appreciate it because somebody brought it up.
Yeah.
And I was like, I don't know. How did I know how long the lease is?
Yeah. So
I bet you
anyway.
can guess who it is that brought it up.
Yeah, he called me.
Well, good, you had it.
Well, no, I didn't have it when he called me, so I didn't. I wasn't. I just.
Oh yeah.
He's out crazy. Yeah.
She was here too. I gotta go to the tea party, so I'll see you later.
Good luck.
What's up, buddy?
Have fun.
Good to see you. Carol. Doing good.
Okay, at this time, I'd like to call the meeting back to order. Where's Cleve? Oh, okay. Thank you for telling us. Yeah. That was good. What'd you pay him? All right, at this time, we are on item 12.3. That'll be the second item of our 12s tonight. Reordered agenda, as I've been corrected. So, at this point, Mr. Morris, this is regarding, consider two options to eliminate a roundabout as an alternative to the Cedar Ravine, Main Street, Clay Street realignment project.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. At the City Council meeting on June 24th, the Council directed staff to bring back a resolution eliminating the roundabout as an option for the Cedar Ravine, Main Street, Clay Street realignment project for Council consideration. Council also asked for a second resolution that would place the matter on the ballot to ask the voters whether or not to eliminate the roundabout at that intersection. For the past several years, I put 4 years in my report, we have been preparing plans and other documents necessary for the roundabout at the location of Cedar Ravine, Main Street, and Clay Street. The roundabout was a recommendation that came from the city's Main Street Streetscape Design Development Plan. And the city originally approved the project with a mitigated negative declaration. Opponents of the roundabout filed a lawsuit, and the city was ordered to complete a full environmental impact report. That environmental impact report is currently underway. It still has a ways to go before it would be completed. In April of 2014 of this year, the city received a petition from the opponents to the roundabout for an initiative that would adopt an ordinance eliminating roundabouts anywhere in the city without a vote of the public. The council is required to take action at this meeting to either adopt the ordinance proposed by the initiative or adopt a resolution placing the initiative on the November ballot. That item will come later on your agenda tonight. A report outlining the conflicts and financial impacts of the initiative, should it pass, is included on tonight's council agenda. In discussion with some of the opponents, it has been observed that they are not unanimous in their opposition to other roundabouts, but are opposed to the roundabout at Cedar Ravine, Main Street, and Clay Street. Because of the concern for funding for the Western Placerville Interchange project, which includes two roundabouts, it may be advisable to consider eliminating the roundabout at this location, Cedar Ravine and Main Street, in order to avoid the risk of losing funding for the WPI project. Even with this action, the initiative will remain on the ballot. However, it is anticipated that it may not receive the support as it would if the Cedar Ravine, Clay Street, Main Street roundabout were still still being planned and still part of the project. A resolution is attached to this report, which the council could adopt tonight, which would eliminate the roundabout as an option, as an alternative for that intersection, and it would direct staff to bring back the appropriate ordinance to take that action, which would require a general plan amendment to eliminate the roundabout as an option at that intersection. So that is available for you tonight. A second option, as was requested, is a measure to place on the ballot in November, a measure which would consider eliminating allow the public to consider eliminating the roundabout at that same intersection. This would be a measure that would possibly be considered, in fact, the way it's written, would be a competing measure with the current one on the ballot, and it has language addressing that. Staff feels that if the council wants to eliminate the roundabout at this intersection, that rather than placing it on the ballot, the advisable decision would be to simply eliminate it tonight rather than to place that competing measure on the ballot. However, I should also note that in the ordinance that was prepared by the city attorney and I together, the statement says this measure and measure X, which would be the initiative measure, which are both on the ballot for the city of Placerville on the November 4, 2000 general election, are deemed to be conflicting measures. Only the measure receiving the highest number of affirmative votes shall be enforced. So therefore, if they were both on the ballot, only the one with the highest number of votes would be enforced, based on that analysis by the city attorney. Tonight, on this agenda item, the options you have are to take no action, adopt the resolution eliminating the roundabout, which would set in motion that ordinance, which would eliminate that, and would also, as part of that recommendation in the resolution, staff would direct our EIR consultants immediately to discontinue work on, not on the EIR, but on anything related to the roundabout in the EIR. The EIR would continue to go forward for the remainder of that project. Your other option is to adopt the resolution that's attached here too, which would place the measure on the ballot in November to ask the public to consider elimination of the roundabout at that location. As noted, there are some costs associated with doing this. We don't know exactly what it will be. We've estimated $5,000 to place a measure on the ballot. Other costs in terms of eliminating the roundabout tonight would be, I think those are somewhat addressed in the report on the effects of eliminating the roundabout that will be addressed later tonight on this agenda. We do have in the budget $10,000 for the election. We don't know at this point. It depends on how many initiatives or other measures that we have and other people have on the ballot, how those costs get spread to the different jurisdictions. And based on that, it'll be determined what the cost will be. If it is determined that it exceeds the $10,000, staff proposes to bring that back to you at mid-year when we look at our mid-year budget to address any cost increases. So with that, I will turn it back to the council and so we can answer any questions you may have.
All right. Any questions? Any questions? Questions of Cleve?
No questions at this point.
Okay. At this point, I'll open up to the public for comments regarding.
I do have a comment, if I might, Mr. Mayor.
Sure.
Just to preface the discussion. I'd just like to acknowledge all the work and discussion and planning that's gone into this issue over the years. It's been an inordinate amount of time. From my perspective, this issue, which is the proposed roundabout at Cedar Ravine, from my viewpoint, has been a bone of contention for too long. And I have not found broad community support with it. So the main reason why I suggested that we take this option off the table, so that we can get on with city business and start working collaboratively as a community to look at the possibilities and actually move forward with the improvements to this intersection in a way that reflects our community's wishes. So,
Okay.
Thank you.
That being said, we'll open it up to public comment.
To begin, I need some clarification as to the status of the three items that have a connection. So are we speaking at this time only about 12.3?
That's correct.
So in that regard, as a point of order, rather than my comments, that means people are going to come up on each item, and I don't see the necessity once somebody has spoken to lengthen the process any longer than it needs to from a legal perspective, and also for allowing people to comment. So in this regard, I would like you to consider how you might link these together, take testimony one time specific to the interest that they have. Maybe they could state what interest they have and which item that's associated with. And then that way we'd have our arms around this in terms of the total discussion. Otherwise, it's going to go off in a lot of different directions. That's my opinion.
Okay, if you, let me ask our city attorney on this one item. I'll ask the question quickly and see if we can answer that, because my understanding is that the following two items are information only, basically.
I think the following item is information only.
Okay.
And let me see what the
12.6 is not information. We have two choices.
Yeah, that one's not information only. That one is an action.
It's an action item, but it's,
You have two choices on that.
okay, but it's related to this one too, isn't it?
Well, it's, in a sense, it's related because there's some overlap from that item to this item. This item is specific to Cedar Ravine, Main Street, Clay Street intersection. The other item
Is
two
to-
down. It
Got it.
relates to roundabouts anywhere within the city.
All right.
So,
So I would suggest, so what you're saying is we really shouldn't link them together at this point. Let's just go ahead as they're presented. So we are on item 12.3.
So I'm going to, Chris Payne, 327 Main Street, former traffic engineer. What's different today than the original recommendations is, I'm saying it in a rhetorical way, it doesn't deserve an answer, but to say that things are different today than the original ideas behind why this might be a good idea. And I'm speaking about the Cedar Ravine, Main Street, Clay Street realignment project, and specific to the roundabout as the preferred alternative. What we have today, from my experience of 33 years here in El Dorado County and specific to my involvement on Main Street, is there is now beginning, maybe even more than that, a feeling of sense of community to a lot of people at this location. So that's different today than it was, back when people were looking at it in terms of what we might do to improve the general area. And so the recognition is that, as a city council, that when I was down there today looking at this, I felt that sense of community that I hadn't felt previously. And when that happens, people obviously get very particular, especially when you start to make changes to that sense of community. What I spend a lot of time talking on county subjects, but related to what my point is that generally it comes to the fact that, as an engineer, which I was for a long time, I was always sensitive to community, but I'm not so sure that is exactly the way engineers, especially people who we hire, may be feeling about something. So I was technically competent. I come up with great ideas. That's what I thought. And obviously, when you brought community in, then you get other people's opinion about it. And if that community changes, certainly it's not surprising then that you may have to make decisions that you didn't intend to. That's what's good about being where you are, as being decision makers. To not recognize that change is, it's horrible. It's horrible because it creates a lot of administrative cost in terms of trying to make people understand why maybe the administrative body, the governing body, decides that something's still important. Yeah, it could be still important, but at the same side, you got to understand that community has changed. So once you recognize that, then you come up with the solution that matches then what the community sees, what that neighborhood sees for what they want, and then you end up with the right decision. Separate from that is other things today that I'll speak about. There's other items which relates to my knowledge as a transportation engineer on roundabouts. But for this particular location, I would focus strictly on community. And then today, I was very pleased to see that for me to participate in. Thank you.
Robin Roers again regarding 12.3. I think this would be sensational for you to adopt Section 1 of the ordinance that says the city shall not contract or utilize the traffic feature commonly known as a roundabout or any similar traffic feature at the intersection Cedar Ravine, Clay Street, unless such traffic feature is approved by majority vote of the electoral. I think that's everything. I mean, I would so love even to approve a more sales tax if I knew it wasn't going to fight the people that are trying to fight the roundabout, and to pay for more consultants and more Driscoll's time on how great roundabouts are. I mean, enough already, but we will still spend money after money. You'll spend money after money. Maybe we could just put an end to it. I would adopt this in a heartbeat, this ordinance. Thank you. That's section A, by the way, not the B. I think it's section 1. Thank you.
Any additional comments? I'll bet you I know what yours is. You can say it real quick. And then
You're very perceptive. I'm Ben Parks. I'm a resident here. My experience with roundabouts in other countries and in other cities has not been so good. The drivers are not trained in roundabout in your DMV book. And so if you look at roundabouts in California and other countries, you'll notice that there's a lot of black tire screeching around the edges of these roundabouts. So I don't know, I have no clue about how the city ever got down this path to put a roundabout in, except that I think there's federal money being given away and splashed here and there. That doesn't mean we have to take it. So how is a roundabout historic? How does that fit Placerville? Placerville is a historic town. We're having this roundabout. We're getting rid of the nasty statue. There's some concern about parking places that the Hangman's project is using up parking places. Well, what's going to happen to all the parking places when you devour that with a roundabout? So I haven't read the report, so I don't know. But where are all these parking? What's going to happen to the farmers market? Are they going to move to the Mountain Democrat office or where? And it's just a crummy idea. That's all.
Kirk Smith of Placerville. This is kind of sad to me because it suggests that you just may not get the point in the first place. It looks more like a political ploy. And what's the point? You have to remember that for the first 100 years of this town, mining was a central part of the economy and a major part of our culture. Miners were often killed or maimed, leaving widows and orphans unable to defend for themselves. That was long before, historically, there was Social Security or any kind of government plan. There was no unemployment compensation or anything else. It was the people of this town who had a spirit of supporting each other. It was the Druids, as a leading organization, that came to their aid, who raised money for those families. That's what that monument is for. That's the history of that you sought to desecrate last October. Because it was no coincidence that it was put at the end of Main Street and in the very center, because it's the core values. The same reason that when you heard a bell go off at the tower, you picked up a bucket. You didn't care whose building it was. You looked out after one another. Those are the values of Placerville that it's about. So when you talk about a roundabout is just this symbolic fixture, because we've heard people after the initiative was proposed saying from the city, so what? Do it, pass it, and we'll still put in a 4-way traffic signals and we can still move the Druids Monument. If you really want to acknowledge that you made a mistake in the first place, which you did, you could say, okay, times have changed. We realize we can't spend the money like we used to. We've got some fiscal restraints we want to exercise. All you have to do is say, we're going to stop spending the money for an environmental impact report, the $200,000 that was sold on the public last October. And remember, prior to that time, we heard the same kind of stuff about, we'll put it behind us and be collaborative, and we're just going to get information from this study so that we can be able to make informed decisions, when everybody in the room knew that that was an environmental impact report required in order, as a condition preceding, to do what you already planned to do before. I just think it's an absolutely horrible idea. The simpler solution is stop spending the money. You started in October appropriating $200,000 on a project that nobody wanted, nobody needed, and was dearly hated. We can't afford it. So the simple answer is stop it. And as far as the rest of the initiative that's already prepared for the ballot, it has to do with one of the other ones, is this a project that's equally offensive, where you had no public hearings related to what would happen to our old courthouse. Yes, you wanted to say something?
I will say something now. We are not on the courthouse. We're not on roundabouts or the other in
We're on
town.
this measure.
On this one.
And that's why I'm telling you why this measure is a lousy measure.
Okay, then which one of
that's
the...
Why that's why it would be...
So you're going to wrap it up? Your time's...
My time is up, and I think that's what the question will be in November,
Okay.
is whether the voters will say the same thing.
Thank you.
Good evening, Jackie No. I personally think this is a poor way to go about making decisions. When you make decisions without the facts, you don't have the IR, you don't know all the facts. That being said, you know, I've come to this council a couple times and I haven't liked what you wanted to do, and I've showed up with a piece of paper and I've said, let's do this instead, we'll still get it done. And the disappointing part for me is I haven't seen that alternative plan that's still gonna get it done. You know, Wendy, you talked about compromise with the community. I haven't seen the community come back with a compromise. I've heard them come back with an initiative that says no roundabouts at all. That's still not bringing the community, because not everybody's against the roundabout. You know, for 80 years, the community didn't want their rates raised for water and sewer. And for 80 years, we did not plan to replace the pipes. We did not plan for a sewer plant. And you know what? That didn't end too well for me. So I'm not necessarily in favor of making decisions without facts, without a plan. That being said, there is very little support for this roundabout. I've talked to my neighbors. People don't want it. I don't agree with it, but that is the way it is. Thank you.
Hi, Steve No. My job takes me all over the world. I drive in roundabouts. I spent 4 months up in Tri-Cities in Washington. They have roundabouts, and they're not crashing into each other. Nobody's dying. So it can be done. So I just want to, it may sound terrible for a few, but it can be learned to drive in a circle. I mean, just the facts.
Well, we've had that debate for 3 years about whether they're good, whether they're bad. What I want to speak to is clarifying something that I believe it was Jackie, the prior speaker, about the initiative that has qualified for the ballot. What is left out of that, and also in the agenda, it doesn't lower the microphone. It doesn't say there shall never be roundabouts in the city limits. What it does say is, thou shalt consult the voters. It's about listening to the people. If in 10 years we have a lot of people that like to drive in circles, you make the case to the people, put it to a vote, and you'll have your circle. It does not kill. It doesn't even kill the Cedar Ravine roundabout. It says, put the vote to the people. Listen to them. Let their voice be heard. And that hasn't been clarified tonight as far as speaking about these options.
Good evening, Michael Drobish, Placerville. Just for clarification, please, on page 2 of the staff report, where it mentions that there's a line there that says, if both measures pass, only this proposed measure would become effective. But if it's a conflicting measure, the one getting the most votes wins. And then I'd like a little more explanation on why the city views these two potential initiatives as conflicting. I don't quite see it that way. So I would move, if you do go to put this to ballot, that you strike that section 3, that these measures are deemed conflicting. And then Robin beat it to me on reading the language, and it's short and sweet, and I think it's really what the public's been clamoring for years. I mean, if this had been put in place years ago, where would we be now? Think about all the hours and the time that has been spent on this issue. It's basically, the city shall not construct or utilize a traffic circle at the Cedar Ravine and Clay Street unless approved by vote of the people. So, I mean, just to put this issue to bed, I would like you to go with option 1, although I kind of have a problem with the way it's written, because it's kind of like a promise. We're going to do a resolution and in the future bring an ordinance. Just adopt it tonight. Do your first reading. You got your language right there. You've got your ordinance already ready to go. Adopt it first reading tonight. And don't bother putting it to a vote of the people. It will cause confusion. Who knows what's going to happen? It's extra money being spent.
Okay.
And, you know, with this intersection here, the Clay Street, and it's not that roundabouts can't work. You know, it's truly is the location appropriate? You know, we're talking about a modern traffic feature in a historic area. So they might work great somewhere, and they might work great somewhere also, but is it truly appropriate to its location? Thank you.
Hi, Sue Taylor, and I want to publicly thank you for the last item and the approval thereof. There were some people mad that I didn't say that loud enough, but I really did appreciate what you did. There's basically, I think, 3 options on this. Adopt, and I'm sorry because I spent so much time on our issue that I haven't really studied these well enough, but the first one is to adopt a resolution. So does that, to start the process, to put it as an ordinance to the general plan? Is that number 1, basically, or is that correct? Okay. And then 2 would be a resolution that would go to a ballot, and then 3 is just no action. So I would say, I mean, number 1 is what we've asked for all along. We asked you to put this to the vote of the people. And I don't like roundabouts personally, but that wasn't to me the issue about this the whole time. It's whether a roundabout would fit on that site. And we've never had engineering done on it. And so I think before it would go to a ballot, you'd have to show how that would function before people would decide to go on with it. And I think that was our biggest concern, is how it would impact everything over there. It just seemed like a poor site for that project. And so this would be very, I think number 1 would work if you would go ahead and adopt it. Because like I said, it's what we were asking for all along. Thank you.
Sue Rodman. I wish that I had kept count of the number of meetings and the number of people who had talked about this roundabout over several years. And finally, it looks like you may have gotten the message. The message has gotten through. I personally think that a roundabout in that location would not be a good thing for the city, simply because what we want is a more walkable city, a more friendly city, a more city where people get out of their cars. You don't get out of your car in a roundabout. It gets you through and gone quicker. And that was the whole idea. It moves traffic. But if you want people to get out of their car and spend money in your town, maybe having them have to slow down at that intersection is not a bad thing. And having them have a place to park so that they can get out of their car and go to the businesses and spend their money in that area of Main Street would be a good thing, and be a good thing for the economics of Placerville, where a roundabout would discourage that. A roundabout moves you through. And people were so upset about it enough to go and get a whole petition together to put it on the ballot that'd be no roundabouts anywhere in the city of Placerville. Well, then you've got the interchange out there on the west end of Placerville by Forney Road and Placerville Drive, where a roundabout, I think, would be a good thing, because traffic does need to move through there. And so it's sort of like, okay, now we have the sort of cut off your nose to spite your face kind of thing happening here, where if there had been listening way back when people said, we don't want a roundabout, we don't like what it will do to our town, we wouldn't be in this pickle.
Just want to say that makes a lot of sense, and I would I wonder if, as not a resident of Placerville but a business owner, the walk through traffic doesn't just end at where that roundabout's coming in. There's more businesses popping up on the other side of Cosmic Cafe, like the Independent. The Joe's Garage is going to be converted into something. The soap store, which is pretty awesome and progressive. And a lot of people, that's the acronym for Saving Our Ailing Planet. They have a lot of biodegradable soaps and shampoos. It's pretty awesome. If you walk from one end of the main street and you have to stop because you're going to get ran over by a constant circular motion of cars, you're not going to be able to go to the other side. And what I think we want is both the tourists and the locals to, again, have parking places and be able to do that whole stretch, to walk all the way from one end all the way to the other. And I think that, just that's one of the reasons why it's not inappropriate. And I would hope that you all would take that walk, especially on the third Saturday Art Walk, because places are open. It's pretty magical to go from one end all the way through and keep on seeing all those cool businesses that are popping up, and that roundabout's going to interfere with that.
Evelyn Veerkamp, Placerville. The topic has been pretty well covered. I won't repeat anything that's already been said. What I will add is that one of the selling points for roundabouts, and historically in respect of this roundabout, which has been under discussion for nearly 4 years, or at least 4 years, has been that roundabouts, and this roundabout, would promote safety, both vehicular and pedestrian safety. On that note, last year in May, I asked for information concerning vehicular and pedestrian safety. My specific question was to tell me the number of vehicular and pedestrian accidents for each of the years between 2008 and 2012. In other words, the preceding 5 years. The answer was that at the Clay Street, Main Street intersection, there had been 0 accidents in the preceding 5 years. So the existing situation seems fairly safe to me. I don't know how much safer you can get than 0 accidents. And that at the Cedar Ravine and Main Street intersection in the preceding 5 years, there had been 1 accident involving a fixed object. In other words, it apparently was not a vehicular accident, nor was a pedestrian injured. I don't know if driving around in circles is going to stop people from hitting fixed objects. I don't know how you go about doing that unless you fall asleep. So on the subject of safety, I do think that the existing situation is fairly safe. I have never felt unsafe nor frustrated by it. Thank you very much.
Good evening, council, staff members. I'm Marion Washburn. I live at Azalea Lane, which is part of the affected neighborhood. I'm 2.5 blocks from the proposal, and you've heard from me before. And over the course of time, I certainly have had many thoughts concerning the entire project, and I probably have the capacity to talk to you until the cows come home, but I promise I won't do that because you'll all be asleep as well as myself. But I do feel compelled to speak to what I feel like are the issues that are essential to the whole question, both roundabout and what your potential action needs to be following the discussions tonight. I have certainly noticed that there is a battle cry and a drumbeat around Placerville, and that it goes, stop the arrogant politicians and stop the bureaucrats, show them who's boss, preserve history, and stop the roundabout. Those phrases have gone hand in hand. I found it rather a compelling notion, and I think everyone who's listening and paying attention has found it a compelling notion. Everyone loves to be against what those crazy bureaucrats are up to. It's a popular sport. I indulge in it myself once in a while. But in reality, I think that the call amounts to it. Truly, save our 1960s parking lot. And who cares about air pollution? And keep traffic congested. That is the real issue with the roundabout. There's so many details, it's hard for me to know where to place them, but speaking of air pollution, it has been shown that a circular pattern is fully 1/3 less polluting. So to say, oh, we don't want to do that, endorses that 1/3 air pollution quantity remain in our town. Congestion is enormous. I travel that route daily, multiple times daily. It is enormous. I could go on that note, but I will move on instead. It would be good, I believe, instead of screaming about roadways with curves have some sort of terrible, awful world contagion to them, how about advocating that we want our streets safe? We want to do something about air pollution. We want to do something to make ugly parking lots do something attractive. The parking lot that we're talking about is about the ugliest thing in town. It's been this hue and cry about preservation, and it just confounds me when I look at that parking lot. Really honor history. The Druid Monument is not in a place where it's being honored. Who looks at it? You can't. You're watching traffic in so many different directions. It's not something to be enjoyed. It's something that's, I think, a real shame where it is put. So I have to ask, is a 4-way stop with the air pollution it causes really the asset that you want to preserve for our town? Is a dirty, crumbling 1960s era parking lot the historic monument that everybody loves and comes to town to see? Is the Druid Monument in such a lovely location that we can all enjoy it? I don't think so. And I think here's a real question, does the public really have an idea of what the roundabout plan actually could look like and what it consists of? I'm convinced that they have no clue as to what you're proposing, that the only clue they get is the voices of opposition that they have heard, and it's very difficult to advocate something you haven't seen, and they haven't. And I think the impression that results is a massive undertaking that will resemble the massive roundabouts in Paris, not the world's littlest, teensiest roundabout, which as far as I can tell, this will probably get, if it ever built, would get the award for the smallest one on the planet, because it's truly barely a curve, and I hope people would notice that. So again, I say as I've said before in the past, the opposition is not unusual. The same opposition occurred, all the Highway 50 improvements. There were advocates that chain link fence had to be preserved. That dirty strip with all those cars had to be preserved. The Cobra headlights on Main Street had to be preserved. The period lighting could not be put in. I could just go on again until those cows come back home again on that. But the opposition has been largely the same people with largely the same arguments. And if previous councils had honored all that opposition, what would we have today? Think about it. We'd have cars backed up to Missouri Flat Road. We'd have all that trash on the freeway. We'd have those ugly Cobra heads, and on and on. So I'm asking you to have the courage to think about the future generations, not just the opposition today. And I know that the staff report, I think in a very quiet way, pointed out some real logic that's probably in everyone's minds, and that is that if you withdraw the proposal for the roundabout on Clay Street, that the opposition will disappear and you can work with those other projects around town. And I am convinced that that opposition will not go away. The opposition will remain. The people who are staunchly in opposition have been so historically. That is their cause, their mission, and their identity. It will remain the same. And so to take this action as a defensive move, I think will fail. You will have not have considered future generations and how this town works, how this town looks, so that you could protect something that won't be protected in the long run. So I ask you to be brave and not cave. I ask you to do the best thing for how our town looks and how our town works. And I think you know what that is, and that is not just saying no.
My name is David Price, and by listening to that, it seems like we're at war right now. I was never personally involved at all with Highway 50, making any type of comments on being against it, and I'm offended that I'm generalized in that statement. First of all, I'd like to say that I think Chris Payne brought up beautifully what this is really about, and it is about our community here, and it is about that part of our town about becoming more of our community. And it is actually a nice area where people can walk around, and there's a new sandwich shop, there's Cosmic, there's several shops in the town, and like it's been said, there are new stores going down a little bit further, and we want the people to come. And when they're driving, we don't want, roundabouts force you to focus on what you're doing in that roundabout and getting out of it. And you're not going to be looking at any stores, you're not going to be sightseeing, because you'll probably, excuse me, go off the road. So, it's much easier to stay in a straight line and go, oh, look at that, or look at this. So it's important, and the community, I've always had that feeling. I've talked to many council people sitting here before me right now, and I've said that I have that feeling when I get there. I almost get goosebumps down, especially when the farmer's market is there. So I think that's real important. As far as the congestion, hey, if we think we're that important, that we're so busy that we can't wait an extra 30 seconds or 60 seconds to get by intersection, I think there's problems there. The studies show that it's more safe. Well, there's studies that show that it isn't. I've seen drawings in the past where the sidewalk was very close to where the edge of the road was. And And that's not certainly going to be safe if there's not adequate distance between the road and the sidewalk. Let's see, parking, I mean, that's really needed. It's needed all over town. It's certainly needed down there. Today, I live off of Bedford Avenue, and I regularly, every day, go by there at least once, if not 3 times or so. And I've been counting the cars on Clay Street, and there's somewhere between at least 10, and today there was 15 when I went by at 9:45, and at 11:45 there was 20 cars parked on the other side of the overpass. So if we were to do, and I'm not just talking, I mean, the roundabout is a project. It's a project. It was a three-legged project, and it's really ties, they all tie together. So in my opinion, to stop the roundabout is a great first step, but it's probably really not going to stop the activism to stop the project. We might have some giveaway as far as doing some modification to the existing Clay Street. I've heard several times, and I think it needs to be clarified, I don't really know if the staff and this council know what really Caltrans will allow, or the federal grant money will allow, as far as the bridge improvement or the widening of it. I've heard it said before that, well, I don't know that. I don't know what you can do with the money. You know, we've came to the conclusion early on, the people that wanted to tear down the bridge, that we would just tear down and put a new one in. But I think there's a lot of interest in redoing that bridge or widening it, but not 42 feet. I mean, that's over twice as wide, and I don't even think the underpass is 42 feet wide. So there's a lot of unanswered questions. The EIR, we've started, we've paid, but you know, the smart thing in my opinion, because I've been up here so many times, it's been almost 5 years, and many of these council people, I mean, some of you have been here and some haven't to discuss this the whole time, but you know, it's time to move on, and I think really what we need to do is look, like Chris had said, this is about community, and this is about doing the right thing, and it's really about you having the courage to do the right thing and to stop this now, and just to carry on, and we can go on to other things. I personally am not against all roundabouts, and I'm just against this one because this is not all roundabouts are equal, and there's not enough room there. So I'd like you to closely look at just stopping this project, and we can move on as a city together. Thank you.
Oh, I broke it. Okay. I don't normally need a microphone anyway. My name is Fran Duchamp. Oh, I know, deep sigh. And I am in the newspaper all the time for things I never even say. I assure you, I am not running for your job. I don't even live here. I'm from Pollock Pines, and I'm going to disagree with the nice woman back there. I've taught at Sierra for many years. I was a major substitute teacher for 19 years in this county, and that is the most polite area. I mean, everybody stops, they're polite, you know, the parents and everything. When you're talking about traffic, and again, I'm an urban child 30-something years ago, it's not there. Now, I've also lived in Mexico, and so when they're talking about some of this pollution thing and some of the design and stuff, they're talking about huge roundabouts. So I'm going to agree with Chris. I have spent many, many days now down here in Placerville because I also run the dreaded 123 petitions, and so I'm sure you heard my name with that too. But I have met the nicest people, and over at Cedar Ravine, when I was just talking to people, and they're walking their dogs and they're crossing, and you know, some of your visitors will ask about that statue. Well, with my art history background, I knew it was Druid. You know, when you're talking about statues and moving them, you really should ask the Druids, if they want it moved. But for the community that you guys have, we don't see that up where I'm at. And again, I'm in Pollock. But down here, you have all these wonderful different color buildings and all this history. And I'm worried that if you make it look like everywhere else USA, because you can all Google that. I've looked at the plans. They're all the same. Now, when I talk to my friends down south, and they go, why don't you come to South Lake Tahoe anymore? It's because they made it all look the same. We have our own lakes, and we have Vegas, so they don't come up here anymore. When I talk to these tourists, and I was here for your wagon train, they were so excited. You're 16 on some kind of chart that says Hangtown, and yet you want to change the tag, or you want to take down this dummy, or you want to make it all look the same. I wouldn't do that, because why would people come here? So again, please think about that. And also, when you go across the United States and you're Googling it, some of these smaller ones didn't work out, so they have to go back in and put in stop signs, the electric kind, and so then it just adds more money. And the most important thing to me, and I've looked back through your history of this, is that people never wanted it. There is no documentation that the people wanted it. So again, thank you. Sorry if I broke this. Okay, bye.
Hi, Tim Taylor. Real quickly, I wanted to thank you for 12.4 and your support, and I especially want to thank the staff for working with us. On the roundabouts, I would like to remind everybody of a staff report that was presented by, I believe it was Mr. Calfee a few years ago, and they talked about the current situation you have at Main Street and Cedar Ravine. They said, in a way, it's like a roundabout now because the traffic kind of moves in a couple of directions, and it's some traffic calming. And the comment was on that engineering that if you speed things up, that you're probably going to end up building a three-way stop at Cedar Ravine and Pacific because the traffic will be going through there so fast that the people won't be able to get any break in the traffic to get off of Pacific Street. Also, what do you think is going to happen at Bedford and Maine if the traffic moves through Cedar Ravine and Maine? I'm a network engineer, and we talk about bottlenecks on networks. So whether you're moving a packet across a cable or whether you're moving a car down the road, you have a bottleneck somewhere. And as soon as you fix that bottleneck, guess what? It's like fixing the weakest link in a chain. Then the next link is the weakest link in the chain. A lot of these bottlenecks, you don't fix them, you just move it from one spot to another. And I would like the council to, you don't need to answer this question, but roundabouts are just a gimmick, they're a fad, they're a solution looking for a problem. Would you be putting in a roundabout if there was no external funding for it? I'd speculate no. I talked a moment ago about the lousy drivers in town. The first roundabout I went through, I made it around 90 degrees before I hit a young lady on a moped and almost killed her. I have had bad experiences with roundabouts. They're not safe. It doesn't fit in that location. It's not part of the historic nature of our town. It would change the atmosphere of the town a lot. We're looking for something that we're trying to have historic nature to it that people will want to come and visit, and that's going to wreck things up. It's just a total mismatch. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Laurel Stroud, 533 Main Street. I'm listening to a lot of the people speaking here, and in reading, this will come up on 12.2, but this 9212 report that was done by staff, there seems to be very little understanding of the difference between large roundabouts and minis. And this is evidently a mini up here it would have to be. I can't see how you could do a large one. But the facts supporting them and the figures are totally different. And for this, I've researched quite a lot through European consultants, traffic engineering consultants, because they've had roundabouts for 100 years of both sides, over 100 years, starting in 1907. We've only had roundabouts since 1990, starting in Summerlin in Las Vegas, which is a large roundabout. We haven't had the experience to collect the information that the Europeans have, so I really look at what they've said. When you look at things like, when you try to support your issues with things like the carbon emissions or the air pollution, Okay, that is only supported by the stop and start traffic supposedly causes more air pollution. That's only supported in large roundabouts with over 40,000 vehicle trips a day. The minis don't have that problem. But the minis have other problems. They have a turn radius that big trucks can't make. And the Europeans are finding, because we have, especially between Bedford and Cedar Ravine, we have a lot of businesses that require big trucks to come supply them all the time. So either coming in or coming out, these trucks are going to have to go through that roundabout. It's not like they can make a U-turn. Depending on what size you're going to make this, these big trucks can't make the radius. In my big truck and my 18-foot trailer, I can't make the turn at the roundabout above Truckee. I hit the curb on both sides, and that's a bigger roundabout than this. One of the problems they have in Europe specifically is, and on this report, this 9212 report, I noticed they say that the continuing costs would be so much less if we did, because we wouldn't have to do signals and maintain them. No, you're going to have to maintain curbs every year because they're completely knocked out every year by heavy vehicles, by people who don't know how to use roundabouts. Then you increase your pedestrian liability, so your insurance is going up. There's a lot of things that haven't been considered, and people are trying to mush this all together into, well, the big roundabouts can do this, and they're safe this way, and they do that. We've got a mini roundabout. It's got totally different problems, and nobody's looked at the specific problems that they have. To quote a man named Clive Sowers, who's a long-term traffic engineering consultant to the British government, don't try to make a mini like a large one. It won't work. You have different problems, and if you don't consider them, you are doomed to failure and doomed to long-term cost. And I've got a lot more to say on 12.2. Thank you.
All right, I'll bring it back to the council. Close the public. Any questions of staff or any comments?
Were you going to ask for these things to be addressed, or are we going to get more
What
information?
items? I guess there wasn't a lot of questions or a lot of comments. Mr. Morris, did you have any answers to questions? Or
I didn't really pick up on anything that were really questions needed to be answered, but if you have questions you'd like me to respond to, I can do that.
I recall I was around when we approved this initial one, and most of you weren't in the audience. But historically, in 1928, in our Mountain Democrat, there's a photo of a roundabout traffic circle around the Druid Monument. So, from a historically correct perspective, there was, unless you, Laurel, were you there? It was a circle around, it was a traffic circle. All right. So then the initiative on the ballot is going to be about traffic circles, not roundabouts. So, my perception is that was a roundabout traffic circle. But anyway, that was there was a question about historic conflicts and so over the size on these. Again, there's no inside curb on this design, on this particular one. We have designs. It is a larger one. The monument and the traffic circle roundabout, if it was built, would be moved closer to the parking lot and into the parking lot. It would take some space from parking, and that's addressed in that we would replace the parking elsewhere. So there are a number of misconceptions out there, or at least, and we've addressed these issues. We've seen it. The existing plans, the engineering drawings, which we've had available at hearings, also show the size of the roundabout, and the rear wheels on the large trucks, fire trucks and so forth, do come up on the curb, but it's not a curb, it's a rounded curb. It's designed for oversized vehicles to go around. So a lot of these issues on some of the smaller roundabouts are used for speed control. One by Winco in Folsom is an example of a very small roundabout that is designed to keep cars from going straight into the residential area, and big trucks especially from going into that area. So there are small roundabouts that are designed that. This one is, I would say, between a mini and a maxi. And the design of the roundabouts up on Western Placerville Interchange are also larger and large enough for large trucks to circumnavigate. So a lot of these engineering issues have been addressed and looked at. However, tonight we're at a point where, you know, I think we've decided, or we've asked to bring back to council these three options, or three options to move on. I'd like some discussion by council and comments. Go ahead.
I would like to go back to what the options that we're looking at are. And one of them is to straight up have a resolution saying there will be no roundabout as an alternative for the Cedar Ravine and Main Street intersection. And the other one basically is to put that same language in as an initiative on the ballot. We already have an initiative on the ballot. Actually, we don't, but the citizens put an initiative on the ballot. I believe that this is, I don't believe this is necessary. I think that regardless of what we choose here, the initiative that has already been approved to go on the ballot is going to go on the ballot, regardless of what we do today. If we say we're going to eliminate the roundabout at Cedar Ravine, basically what happens is we lose the funding for the EIR. So if that's the ultimate goal of the opponents to the roundabout, then let's just say it. Let's just put it out there and say we don't, and I think David Price said it, we don't want the project at all. So I was on the planning commission when this started, and I heard the staff reports, and I heard the engineers, and they went through the multiple engineering drawings or the suggestions as they developed the site to a mid-size roundabout. I don't know if it's considered small or big, but they did tone it down from the very beginning in respect to the site. We have the issue as a government, as a jurisdiction. We know that bridge on Clay Street is functionally obsolete. So what does that do to us as a jurisdiction? And we've talked about this. Are we going to be liable next time there's a flood? Are we going to be, or if someone gets hurt, that sidewalk is at the same grade as the city street. What happens when somebody, it's going to be a matter of time before somebody gets hurt. And maybe you're right, whoever said, is it Robin Rower? Someone said that there's been no accidents. And maybe that's true. But that doesn't mean that the intersection of Clay Street and Main Street is to our city standards. It's not. That radius is not, you have to go into oncoming traffic to make a right-hand turn. I have been vocal in my support of a roundabout as an alternative, but I have heard the community say they don't want it. I heard that. But I think we are in the midst of an EIR, and I agree with Jackie No, and she said, you make a poor decision if you don't have the facts in front of you, and we do not have the facts yet. And I would like to see this council continue, go through the process. When the EIR comes out, then we can have this debate. We can have the debate on the actual design standards. And this council, these 5 people who are sitting here right now, made a commitment last year to look at all the alternatives equally, to weigh them equally, but not toss out the roundabout, because maybe it is the best, but maybe it's not. I don't know that. Reminds me of what Ben Franklin said about the Constitution. This could be the best, but it might not be. I don't know that, but I'm going to support it until somebody comes up with something better. So I would like to see this council stay on task to continue with the EIR process, and if the community votes on the initiative to eliminate all traffic circles and roundabouts in the city limits without a vote of the people, then so be it, because that is absolutely our right as citizens.
Okay, I have a little bit of a different view. I was willing to do this a year and a half ago, and I think it's too bad that it took an initiative and hundreds of signatures to get it to this point. So I hope it's not too little too late, but I'm ready to go with a resolution to take it off the table.
I have to agree with Carol and also Jackie No. I have a problem voting on something when we, I keep hearing we didn't listen to the people. Okay, so we were sued and the lawsuit and the judge said we had to go further. We went further and we've asked for this, we've hired a firm, we've asked for a report, and now I feel like the folks jumped the gun and did this initiative, which I just think is so detrimental to Placerville. Maybe it's something to get back at us, but you know who it's going to really hurt is the future. And maybe the projects on Western Placerville Drive, there's been thousands and thousands of dollars put into that project, and it's a wonderful project, and this initiative, if it passes, is going to kill it. And I just can't understand the thinking behind that. And I do agree, I think it was a meeting ago or a couple meetings ago when Mrs. Veerkamp came and said, we promised that we would have discussions and that they hadn't heard from us. And I too have to tell you, I am frustrated that this report is taking so long. And every time when I've talked about it, one thing that I did propose, I think that there's merit in pictures, and I've asked for renderings. And I know that it's my understanding there's been 3 different companies approached about getting these renderings, and the thinking was, and apparently they've settled on one. I can't tell you any names because I don't know, but I just found out when I ask about them again, where are they, that it was decided that it would go along with the report when the report comes in. And I said, where's the report? I've been asking about this report for some time because I feel like I can't sit up here and make a decision based on nothing. I don't have anything to base my findings on. I have a real problem with Pacific Street going on to Cedar Ravine. I addressed that when Marshall Hospital came before us, and that's been well over a year ago. That I was informed then that'll all be addressed when this EIR is presented to us. I still don't know. So whether it be a roundabout, whether it be stop signs, whatever, I think that EIR is important because it's going to help us make some decisions. Another thing, and again, the roundabout might, like Carol said, might be the best, or it might not be. Maybe when they take everything into consideration, they're not going to recommend a roundabout on that corner. It might be stop signs, or it might be signals are the best for that corner. But I tell you, I am so in hopes that the rest of that project can go through, because I think fixing that bridge, doing something with Clay Street, that is just such an obnoxious mess, and I can't understand anybody that says that's not congested or it's delightful. It just is horrible up there. Another thing I keep hearing about is the farmers market, that we're going to displace it, that we're going to do away with it. We had it's my understanding, conversations with the owners of the farmers market. At the time we discussed how about, and they agreed that it would be perfect to put it up along where the trail, and then the trail also, by the way, was part of this plan, has been taken out. It has been improved. But to put the farmers market all along that trail, and the only thing they asked us was about if we would put water in for them. We agreed. what I call the drug hole up there. It's a horrible mess too. Our police department, I'm sure, would love it if we could do something to fix that. Our officers are there all the time, kicking out kids, homeless, I don't know what all, but anyway, it's a constant. And I just have such great visions of having the farmers market up there, having Hangtown Creek, that area improved, having benches there for people to maybe buy something to eat at the farmers market, sitting there, bringing their families, and having and you talk about community, what could be more community than that? So for that reason, I really want to wait until this report comes in, and that's what I'm asking for, is that we delay this until we get that report so that we can, and I promise you, we will have public input then and have more meetings as we talked about when we were considering the alternatives.
Well, I agree with everything that my fellow council members have said. I agree with Carol, with Tricia, and with Patty, and we are at a crossroads. I think the mistake we made 4 years ago, was the neg deck. I think at that point, we should have done an EIR. And that was the fatal flaw that we made. And had we had this process at that time, I think we would have been able to have a collaborative discussion. I don't think we would have agreed on it. Maybe, everyone wouldn't have maybe agreed on it, but I think we could have gone through the process effectively. I think there is too much water under the bridge on this issue to do that now. And so my viewpoint is the Cedar Ravine Clay Street intersection is a very different configuration than the Western Placerville interchange. I do not want those two confused, those two projects. They're very, very, very different. Also, gosh, I sure don't like the climate that we're in, where we're designing this community by initiative. I think that sets a really dangerous precedent for the future. And I don't know if we can get past that. Mr. Price alluded to the fact that you're going to keep fighting us. I'm going to take a calculated risk tonight, and my vote will be to pull this roundabout option off the table. And I expect us to be able to move forward harmoniously. We might not always agree, but it is time that this stop, because we need to use wisdom and, like Marion said, facts and figures. And I think we could have done this 4 years ago, but not now. So that's kind of where I am. And I'm looking toward the future. I'm looking toward preserving the Western Placerville interchange. There's way too much at stake there. I'm looking forward to the improvements to the parking lot, to looking at what our options are for the trail and for the bridge. That needs to be done. And so that's where I stand on this issue.
I have one question of staff, and then what's the progress on the EIR at this point? Do you know where we are on this about planning, Mr. Rivas?
Yeah, basically, staff has been working with the consultant, and we're preparing to release the notice of preparation of environmental impact report. Before we do that, we wanted to have a stakeholder meeting, as was promised, and then we would issue the notice of preparation and the traffic studies. We've been looking at a lot of the figures and the traffic counts and such, so they can actually start running the models to input into the EIR. But the EIR is basically I would say probably about 50% or more completed, and it's just a matter of going through the actual noticing process, and we can have a draft hopefully out in probably in a couple of months.
Okay. Thank you. All right, I'll entertain a motion.
I'd like to move that we adopt a resolution eliminating a roundabout as option for the Cedar Ravine Main Street Clay Street realignment project as noted in Exhibit A.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded for that. I believe that also includes a resolution or not?
It's adopt a resolution, yeah.
I'm sorry, I read it.
Step number 2.
Number
All in
one, number
Adopt
one.
the resolution eliminating roundabout. So that would be the first reading. Would also be the first reading.
Actually, no, the way the resolution is set up, it would be a resolution to, first of all, to remove the roundabout as an option in the Cedar Ravine Clay Street Main Street project. Secondly, it directs staff to prepare an amendment to the general plan which would prohibit a roundabout at that location. And thirdly, along with that, an ordinance which would prohibit roundabouts at that location. So there wouldn't be a first reading tonight. That would be coming back to you probably at the same time that the general plan amendment would come back.
So within the next
Within
30 days or 60,
yes,
yeah, 30
yes.
to 40 days.
And because there's an environmental aspect to that has to be completed. It's referred to in the resolution, but that would have to be also part of the ordinance as well.
Okay. Any discussion, questions?
So by doing that, does that, what does that do with the EIR?
The consultant would obviously be advised of that, and then it'd be up to the consultant how they want to handle that with respect to the inability to use that as an alternative.
And what does that do to our funding?
For the CMAQ money, it will probably go away.
And do we have to pay back everything that has been?
The decision on that has not yet been made, but there is a strong likelihood we may have to do that. Right now, we've inquired about that through Caltrans, and they've actually sent it back to the feds in Washington to try and get an answer.
Because I was told today that we
may.
We don't have a definitive answer. If you know, I'm not a bookie, so I'm not going to bet on it, but I would say that probabilities are that we will have to pay back that $223,000 and some change.
Is that all CMAQ money? Because my understanding was that we were not using CMAQ money for all of that. We were using RSDP funds.
My understanding from Dave Warren is that we have obtained $223,000 in CMAQ money that we have expended that would have to be returned if in fact they decide that we have to return it.
Okay. I do have a question. If we, John, if we were to
Let's get a clarification on it.
oh no.
Okay.
No.
Is there a clarification on that? Because I thought there was,
Well,
I heard something different.
I just want to say, not to disagree with my city attorney, we usually do, we agree most of the time. But there's a lot of information up in there whether or not we would have to pay that money back. We just don't know. I was going to pass this out as part of another item. I'll do it now. This is from Sharon Scherzinger, who is the executive director of, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Of the EDCTC, the El Dorado County Transportation Commission. And one of her statements, she says at the bottom of this page, as confirmed in recent communication with staff at Caltrans, it is not expected that the city will have to repay CMAQ funding expended to date on development of the roundabout design thus far. Now,
And
there's
that,
differences of opinions on that depending on who you talk to, but so I'm not disagreeing with the city attorney, but there are differences.
and I'm going by what I was told, and Nate Stong, our city engineer, was told by Caltrans, that unless it qualifies as a legal exception, that we may have to pay back that money, or probably will have to pay back that money. And that's what's being debated right now, apparently, at Caltrans and in Washington, D.C.
It's also my understanding that the $223,000 was money we spent prior to the lawsuit and since the lawsuit, and on this particular EIR, we have not used any CMAQ money since the lawsuit.
That's correct. My understanding is we haven't used CMAQ money on the EIR, but this was money that was spent early in the design stages of the project.
Stuff that was spent 4 years ago, 5 years ago. Thank you. We have a motion to adopt a resolution eliminating roundabouts as an option for Cedar Ravine Main Street, Clay Street realignment project. And a second, would you call roll, please?
I believe it was also to direct staff.
Oh, to direct staff to, yeah, I mean.
Prepare, and what the mayor, what the city attorney said.
Direct staff to adopt a resolution, and the resolution adopts, directs staff to begin a process of
for the ordinance?
Yes.
Yes. Vice Mayor Borelli?
No.
Mayor Hagan?
Yes.
Councilmember Patton?
No.
Councilmember Thomas?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilkins?
Yes.
All right. We will now move on to item 12.2. It's the third item for the information. This is primarily an information item. Mr. Driscoll.
Thank you, Mayor Hagan. What I refer to as the 9212 report is the report that the council had ordered at its June 10th meeting pursuant to Election Code Section 9212, excuse me, dealing with the impacts of the proposed initiative ordinance banning roundabouts or prohibiting roundabouts within the city limits of the city of Placerville unless approved by a vote of the people. First of all, let me indicate just some introductory remarks. It is a report pursuant to that particular elections code, which specifies the areas that are to be included in the report. General plan, public safety, capital improvements, and fiscal impacts in particular. That's what the report attempted to address. And I want to stress that it's the impacts of prohibiting roundabouts within the city limits. Granted, they can be approved by a public vote. To some extent, that was addressed in the report in terms of the effects of that. But the report really is on the basis, if you prohibit roundabouts within the city limits, what are those impacts? The report assumes that those are properly designed roundabouts, not improperly designed ones, because obviously there can be a lot of factors with that. In looking at the prohibition, was looked at in the report as citywide, although there were some specific discussions with respect to the two projects that involve them, one being the Cedar Ravine project that previous to tonight's action included a roundabout, and the Western Placerville Interchanges project, which includes actually two roundabouts within it. In looking first at the general plan, I'm not going to go into each item in any detail, but I just kind of want to present an overview because I think the report pretty much speaks for itself. In looking at the general plan, the city's general plan is just that. It's very general. It doesn't speak with specifics about any particular traffic calming devices or roundabouts. So what was done was to look at the goals of the general plan and to tie those into goals, or if you will, benefits that roundabouts can provide that would meet those objectives, and again, done in a general nature. It doesn't mean that each objective will be satisfied by a roundabout specifically, but generally roundabouts can provide some of these benefits. The benefits were gleaned from different reports which are cited within the report itself. They were studies done by the federal government, studies done by Caltrans, studied by insurance commission, or excuse me, an insurance industry, various things that point out the benefits or potential benefits of roundabouts. The report, for example, dealing with the circulation or transportation element, talked about what the other reports, which were the basis of the information in the 9212 report, discussed regarding traffic safety, pedestrian safety, operational performance, and environmental factors, all setting forth potential benefits from using roundabouts. The community design element of the general plan was also discussed, again, in a very general nature, talking about what roundabouts can do to maintain community design. And in this particular area was discussed the Main Street Design Development Plan, or also known as the Main Street Streetscape Plan. And of course that envisioned the use of a roundabout at the Cedar Ravine intersection. So the impact would be, it wouldn't be available for that to complement that design. Again, council's actions tonight seems to have removed that from that design anyways. The land use element, the report points out, as discussed in other situations where roundabouts are used to separate land use forms, used to calm traffic, again, talking in a very general nature. Protect air quality, there were comments about that, and again, the report talks about that under the natural, cultural, and scenic resources element of the general plan. Roundabouts have been demonstrated to reduce the gas emissions and therefore improve air quality when they are utilized. That would be something that would be more difficult to attain if they were prohibited in Placerville. Again, bearing in mind that they could be approved by the vote of the people, and again, we'll touch on that in a minute. The specific plan was the Main Street Design Development Plan. I've talked about that and how that would be prohibited from using a roundabout at Cedar Ravine and Clay. Public safety, that's where some of the Insurance Institute information came into play, discussing how they decrease traffic collisions, reduction in injury accidents, decrease in fatalities, those sorts of things, and the reasons that they are safer. Again, all of which are cited in the documents and studies that were referenced in the report. The more specific portion of the report deals with the capital improvement program, and the $1.6 million in grant money from CMAQ funds would not be available for the Cedar Ravine project, and there's the possibility, as we just discussed, of having to repay $223,000, which is still uncertain. Moving to more uncertainty, and that's the Western Placerville Interchanges project. There are two roundabouts included in the design of that project. They are in accordance with Caltrans design manual. There's a real question about whether or not, if the initiative were to pass, if it would be able, or if it would stop those roundabouts from being constructed. They are certainly within the city limits, but that area is under Caltrans jurisdiction. So the question is, which controls, Caltrans jurisdiction or city limits? And that may be something that a court would have to decide if it got to that point. Some of the other concerns are that CMAQ money, and the report points this out, is one of the prime sources for road improvement projects. Without a tool such as a roundabout, it's going to be more difficult to compete for those funds, because you're not going to meet the air quality reductions that they look for when they're awarding projects. Granted, projects can be approved as a result of a vote of the people. However, the difficulty in that is that when you go to get grant funds, typically your project needs to be ready. You're competing with other projects that are ready to go. The government and the agencies granting these funds want to see that money go into use and go to work right away. So if you have to wait for a special election or wait until a general election, you are going to be behind the 8 ball and probably not be competitive with the other projects that you're competing against. There is the, additional economic impacts in terms of the cost of simply going to that election. Every time you have to do it. General election, if you can combine it in general election, the cost could be as little as $3,000 or $4,000. If you have to go to a special election because of timing issues, you could be up between $15,000 and $20,000, depending on the nature of the election and how it's handled. If you could do it through mail ballots, it could be reduced in cost. Those are just some of the general impacts that the report covers. There's a number of things in there. And as I said, the report isn't designed to talk about the other side of the coin, if you will, because it's set up pursuant to the Elections Code to deal with the impacts of prohibiting roundabouts, not the benefits of not having a roundabout or the good things you can do other than a roundabout. It's specifically set up to deal with roundabouts in that general nature.
Okay, any questions of Mr. Driscoll by council?
Thank you, John, for the very complete report. I appreciate. Thank you, John, for the very complete report. My question to you is, if the initiative that was brought on by Friends of Historic Kingstown were to pass, financially, what is the worst case scenario for the Western Placerville interchange, or for the city of Placerville?
Well, if we get into a standoff with Caltrans. And Caltrans says, we will not approve the project without roundabouts. All of the money that's gone into the design of the ultimate project, except for the things that have been constructed, would be lost. The funding that we are receiving for that would be lost, and the project wouldn't occur. I mean, that's the worst possible scenario. I would hate to think that reasonable minds would ever get to that point, but that's an answer to your question. In terms of monies that we have received from the Transportation Commission, you know, those monies that would be spent out there, I don't think we'd have to pay back, but we're not going to get the rest of the money to complete the project.
And it's my understanding as being on the Transportation Commission that, I mean, this is a major project that we are partially, you know, through. We're phase 1A and B. And if that whole project were to be jeopardized at this point, then we could stand to lose our ability to qualify for monies going forward, because you have to be able to deliver on projects that are approved. So this initiative would have just major economic impacts for the future of our city. Is that correct?
Well, if we fail to deliver that project with the commitment we have from the Transportation Commission, there'll be a stigma attached to the city of Placerville.
Right.
And that stigma is one that's hard to overcome when you're competing against jurisdictions that can, quote, deliver. So ultimately, other projects would be certainly at risk and non-competitive probably.
And certainly when I was back in Washington this last May, as you heard in my report, that transportation dollars are getting harder and harder to get. So I just like Friends of Historic Hangtown to know that this city and county stand to lose an inordinate amount of money if we are not able to follow through on the Placerville interchange. There is a lot at stake, and I just like to reiterate that.
I think she took care of what I was going to bring up.
Sorry.
Okay. Ready?
Ditto.
Okay, and I'd like to reiterate again, this is a recommendation that we adopt a motion to receive and file the report. It is not, I mean, you go ahead and make public comment if you like.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs, former county transportation engineer. Specific to what we have heard, this is, Mr. Driscoll has provided us with this information, so I'm going to focus on the things we didn't hear. The El Dorado County, I'm speaking to this report,
Okay,
and the adequacy of the final file copy, where you ever file it. But I want to also comment on the fact that there's a link between this report, 12.2, and 12.6, which we're not speaking about. This goes to my issue earlier this evening as to the adequacy of having all the information before us and then making decisions. We've now identified the link between 12.2 and 12.3. You've taken an action now at Cedar Ravine. Should this report not have been discussed before that action was taken? I brought it up. It was your decision to make. You decided not to do it. Now we still have 12.6. I'm saying that this report goes to the question of what you do with 12.6. So I want to say now, focusing on the adequacy of this report, what may be missing in the report. That's what I want to focus on. And that is, it does not discuss the county's involvement, El Dorado County's involvement with the Western Placerville Interchange project, and what they might think related to any changes that may occur. They're a partner in this, my understanding, Caltrans, the city, and the county, and the Transportation Commission also, separately. So I'm just raising the question about not seeing in this report anything related to the county of El Dorado. Tell me if I'm incorrect, but that's the point that I'm trying to make. The other part is that Caltrans has this jurisdictional idea and I worked with them for 33 years in transportation for El Dorado County, so I know this. they have a jurisdictional feeling about things, their system. Sometimes their comments are totally opposite from what the local government may want. And this is truth. This is my working with them. But at the same time, your council has said that may be something that we don't know, because we haven't gotten to that point yet. What they may think about any changes that you make to the Western Placerville Interchange. The history about that project was there were a lot of other projects in this particular district that the money could have gone to. There's been a focus because of the way you've handled it in terms of keeping everybody together, meaning state and the county and this body, city. So you got to be really, really careful. I had no problem with Cedar Ravine Main Street, but now you're talking about something else, which I think Caltrans has more of a stake in, and I see this as a horrible idea that you would adopt a resolution approving the ordinance, and when you don't even know what's going to happen when you go on the ballot and find out that legally there's going to be some legal matters that you're going to have to deal with. So I appreciate this report. I think it's thorough, and I'm just bringing up a couple of points which I think need a little bit more clarification. Thank you.
Good evening, Jackie No. This initiative is going to have huge impacts on all the residents in the city, and I would hope that the city would put a fact sheet out in the water bill to all the residents so they really can get all the facts and consequences. Thank you.
Okay, Laurel Stroud, 533 Main Street. To follow up on what Chris had said, I had read the 9212 report carefully, and to be honest, I thought it was extremely generalized and just basically boilerplate. It could have applied to anybody. And I found it to be, frankly, because again, it seemed like everything was thrown in about a roundabout that could be thrown in from anywhere. No understanding of placement of them, of the size of them, the differences that makes, any kind of research from other areas that have long experience in it, that was not there. It was generalized boilerplate. And I found it to be misleading, inaccurate, poorly researched, and something that isn't going to stand up in private industry. I've been a organizational consultant and a large-scale management person for many years in private industry, written a lot of policy papers, a lot of position papers. This is not something I would ever accept from anyone. This is generalized, like I said, I have to say it again, boilerplate, and I think it's an embarrassment for you.
I have a couple questions, Mike Drobish, Placerville, and I had some questions on a previous item that went unanswered, so after the meeting, hopefully we can get those answered. As in regards to Western Placerville interchanges, there was a previous design with signalized intersections, and then council made Fair Lane a roundabout, and then you just approved the EIR to change Low-High to a roundabout. So is there really going to be much of a loss in money? Those designs for the signalized intersection should already be there, right? Just correct me if I'm wrong. And then in regards to EDCTC funding, isn't basically half that body city council? And I know the influence that goes, I know, it's close. We've got to get that third seat from them. Anyway, so there's a lot of influence that goes, and collaboration that goes on there. To me, this report was a lot like a yoga class, a lot of stretching. Taking that general plan and stretching it to fit a narrative. Also, for me, it was just a real attempt to make an argument with little substance. When I look at a staff report and it has a couple of general plan items, either in support or denial of a project, well, I can go to the general plan and find twice as many to argue the other side. The general plan is so broad, you can make it say whatever you want it to say. I think on purpose. And I didn't see, really for my needs, I didn't see enough analysis on the impacts of historical resources. And that mainly was for the Clay Street area. The statement that, I just couldn't get it back together after this one, the statement that the roundabouts can be used to promote a rural image. I can't, you'll have to explain that one to me. And then I disagree with, in the report, it says community design element goal B, to protect and upgrade the visual and historical character of downtown. And this is being used as a defense for roundabouts. And I see it completely 180 degrees. To me, this says a roundabout would not be allowed in a historical and visual character of downtown. Another section of the community design goal A, policy 6. The city shall maintain and or enhance the visual character of scenic and highway corridors. To me, this again says that a roundabout does not belong in a historical setting. Putting the Druids monument in the center of a roundabout just will not cut it in my book. Goal C, policy 2. New construction shall be architecturally compatible with the surrounding neighborhoods and strictly enforced in historic districts. So, like I said, you can make the general plan fit whatever argument you'd like.
Robin Roars. I agree with what Mike just said and Laurel Stroud regarding it being more boilerplate, Mr. Driscoll's report. I was able to track down on the internet many state and federal traffic studies saying how great roundabouts are, and so 9 of these 10 pages pontificate that very same thing. And I like the environment, I like roundabouts, I understand the whole principle of it. But what's missing in this report is that it's not specific to Cedar Ravine, targeting this particular project. It shouldn't be a report to say how wonderful roundabouts are. At least that's not what I think we paid money for you to do a report. And also it's not objective, because objectivity means that you would also do the research regarding traffic safety. Traffic safety in these roundabouts usually has to do, especially when you're talking about mini roundabouts, has to do with the amount of accidents reported to police on T-bone accidents, meaning collisions on the side, which is often the case on stop sign. And as a previous member had said, that there was documented 0. What happens to mini roundabouts is an 8-time increase on what's called scrape accidents. And that's when there's a 2-car, like a mini collision where they scrape because they're both trying to cross over the inner to the outer, even in a mini situation where there's an incoming and an exiting. These scrapes are often 2 cars gone off to the side. They exchange information. It's not enough to call police, and these are not documented in terms of impact studies to traffic safety. Only those that have fatalities, and only those that involve physical injury or a total of a car where police have to come and pick up debris and a car has to be shuttled off. Otherwise, it's classified as property damage, and there's an 8-time increase on mini European roundabouts. This was not, any of the negative stuff about roundabouts specific to Cedar Ravine were not in this 10-page report. Also, what happens to the visually impaired who rely on sound, also guide dogs. And nighttime motorcycle drivers who are handicapped in a mini roundabout because of the way a single light shines in a roundabout is not able to be seen. Also, the elderly simply are not trained for roundabouts, find it alarming, and do slow down in somewhat a haltering manner. It's usually driving schools do not teach roundabout training, nor is there anything on driver tests regarding roundabout. So essentially, this report should have had some negative impacts on Bedford Avenue and Main Street bottleneck if you push traffic through. So all the specific things that have been previously brought up should have been in the report rather than 9 pages out of 10 saying how wonderful roundabouts are. In certain situations, roundabouts are pretty darn good, and I've been through a lot of the European ones. Haven't been to the Truckee one, but I'm going to make it a point to go through the Truckee one and maybe film it. I was disappointed that there wasn't a lot mentioned about the historic impact in the report, since so much of the general plan deals with history and its impact on
Robin,
Placerville.
time's about
And
up.
in conclusion, when you talk about incurring direct and unbudgeted, it's also unbudgeted fighting the people that are fighting this roundabout. It's also very much unbudgeted. Thank you.
Sue Taylor, I just want to make sure we're on 12.2 regarding the report, correct? Okay. So,
So you got the gist that the people were drifting away from that?
no, I didn't
Okay.
want to comment. I just want
Just
to make
checking.
sure I am on the right one.
You're on 12.2.
Yes. So, when you, basically you have a decision to make and there's options, and then you make a recommendation based on those options. The options in here don't seem to coordinate to the recommendations. It almost looks like this is, the options are for adopting it almost like it goes with 12.6. Because I thought here we should be able to know whether you're going to, in the options, to either recommend filing this report or not filing this report. I would think would be what would be in the options. On that note, I respectfully disagree with the interpretation of these findings on this report. It's very vague and in its generalities. It's not specific to the impact of the different issues in Placerville. You mentioned the Western Interchange. You probably needed to list the financial costs that it would cost if this actually gets passed to the Western Interchange, and if that's really going to be an impact. I don't see that in this report. I think there's a lot of things you're missing that don't coordinate with the legality of what is required in a report. So I think you need to fix this, correct it, and you don't have the time to be able to do it. If you waited till the next council meeting, you would end up having to print a supplemental voter's guide. So I would recommend that you do not file and receive this report, because I think you don't have to. You don't have to have a report that goes along with the ballot. And I think there'll be a lot of protest in regards of this report. The county so far has not ordered a report on the petitions that are going to the ballot in the county. And I might recommend that you think about the same thing, because again, I don't see specifics of the impact of that ballot measure to the city of Placerville in this report. And also the general plan, it was written in 1989. Roundabouts, I don't think even appeared until 1990. So to say that anything in the general plan is impacted by not doing roundabouts, I think is very conflicting. I'm sure there's a lot more that I need to bring up, but basically I would just ask that you do not file and receive this specific report. I think it has too many things that are biased and not specific to the issue of the actual petition. Thank you.
Okay.
Marion Washburn, Azalea Lane. Maybe I'm the only one confused, but I'm confused. As I listen to the discussion and read the verbiage that I have in front of me, it seems to me from reading staff's reports or staff's words that there is an election code section that dictates what needs to be done in response to the initiative. And the initiative is not specific in nature. It's general in nature in the sense that it doesn't talk about the roundabout at Clay Street. It does not mention that, and that's a moot point at this point because you've already voted to kill it. So why would you take time to talk about something that cannot happen? I'm confused on that one, but it's certainly the initiative is certainly not limited to roundabouts. It says traffic circles and other similar traffic features anywhere within the city limits. So that implies anything that has curvature at intersections would be prohibited. And that's the general nature that I'm referring to. So it would seem, given the code requirements to comment on the initiative as it stands, that those specific items would be completely irrelevant. I do also agree with the point taken about the monetary consequence, that there's been a great deal of discussion about what would be forfeited and will be forfeited in the future, and I think that is enormous. I don't think you could serve the public well unless you really speak to that. And I will just note that funding is a collaborative issue. It's basically combative because there's only so much money and everybody has huge needs and every jurisdiction wants it. And the only way that small jurisdictions like Placerville can ever accomplish anything is by being collaborative and working with other jurisdictions so that there's a push-pull. And when money is refused after it's spent, when projects are turned down mid-course, I think further projects would be turned down if this passes. I would say it's enormous. You may as well resign from the Transportation Commission in SACOG because there will be no more money coming our way for transportation improvements whatsoever with this as a history. And that really ought to be included. And obviously not the words that I just said because those are pretty argumentative words, but nonetheless, it needs to be noted that it's a competitive process, and once you start withdrawing and eliminating yourself, changing the rules basically of the game, you're not going to be a player. And so it'd probably be a good idea to have a figure as to what we stand to lose. So anyway, if you could clarify what that requirement of the election code is and what you're bound to say and what you're not bound to say, I think that would be very helpful.
Thank you. All right.
I just went really slow. Okay. First of all, this is only my second time watching you guys, and I think tonight proved to me that I can still believe in government, because I do. I grew up with it. I believe in it. But recently what I've seen is that the people, the public, are excluded from it. And tonight I heard some honesty out of you guys. And again, it seems I'm always behind this wonderful last woman. What I did hear is that you jumped the gun and you spent some money and you might have to pay it back because you didn't listen to the public. And that's true honesty to me. With this initiative, and I know some of you are against it, I was brought up, if a government doesn't listen to you, you exercise the Bill of Rights and you do an initiative. You take it to ballot. When I first started listening to this gentleman's report, I'm real simple. You know, I play with paint. I heard, we gave you this, but we really don't want this to go to ballot. And that's what I heard. But again, in some of those mixed feelings, I did hear honesty, and I want to point that out. It was a mistake. Grants are very dangerous. I've done grants, and that's one of my things in this county, is that you have to be careful. Many people are not going to feel sorry, I'm sorry about that, if you jumped the gun on something and didn't get the public's opinion, and that's just what's going to happen. But again, I do compliment you on that honesty. So whatever that means to everybody else that says mean things about me, good job.
Thank you. Anyone else care to come forward?
Sue Rodman, one more time here. It's too bad we didn't do 2.3 a long time ago. We wouldn't have had this initiative in the first place. The report that we have, I think, is not as site-specific as it needs to be. In order to get the public to understand what's going on here, it needs to discuss each proposed site, and it needs to discuss the site-specific impacts, negative and positive, for each one of those. So for the Cedar Ravine, it would talk about what the public thought, what the pluses are, what the minuses are. For the Placerville interchange, it needs to discuss each roundabout there, what the pluses are, what the minuses are, what it would improve, what the alternatives were. In order for people to make a decision as to whether they're going to vote for this or not, you're going to have to make a very good case in order to preserve the Placerville Western interchange. Because now that you've taken Cedar Ravine off the table, then people are going to say, okay, should we vote for this or should we not? Okay, so if you lay it out, okay, here are the site-specific impacts, positive and negative, and financial. Then people can make a decision as to whether they're going to vote for this initiative or not. The way the report is now, it's too general, it's too broad. You couldn't make a decision on it one way or the other.
Kirk Smith, City of Placerville. I would urge you not to accept the report, because that, as I understand it, is the issue that's before you. You have nothing to gain by accepting it. I think there's a lot to be lost by accepting it. First of all, what was said earlier about the report being shabby and one-sided is, to put it very kindly, we're not stupid. I mean, it's written in a polemic way. It's replete with errors, and that's been just highlighted for you in a number of ways. When you tried to sell us before on the roundabout at Cedar Ravine, we were told that it's because of, among other things, safety. And yet you heard Evelyn Veerkamp give you the results of her document request, where it shows there's been no such data to support that. So there's nothing to be gained by it. When we got the ballot statement written before, it had a number of errors in it. And I'm not sure I can talk you out of it, but I'll just tell you that the last election, there were two candidates who did something about it. One was the treasurer, and the other one was Judge Sullivan, who sought to correct ballot statements with a suit. I took those pleadings. I took them from not just the hard copy, but the PDF files, and converted it to Microsoft Word. Only takes 10 days to challenge it. Keep it up and do these things where it's misleading and misrepresents it, and that's what you're going to be asking for. There's no reason to accept that report. And it would just be breaking faith of the public to present something that's so polemic, so one-sided, and so replete with errors. It doesn't talk about historic preservation issues, which are also part of your general plan. I'm just incorporating by reference the previous comments that have been made by the previous speakers. So I see nothing to gain. When I came here the last time, I confess, I hadn't read the agenda in advance, and was kind of naive when I came in and saw the two roundabout proposals for the rest of the county, the rest of the city, up on the board, because I just didn't expect it. Again, call me naive, but it hit me in the gut the same way that the measure last October did, when there was a heavy-handed treatment to push the roundabout for Cedar Ravine. And it is that we heard these things about how And again, every time I've raised it, we've been told it's, you're too late for the party, and it's a done deal. But it's not, and you haven't done anything regarding the proposal that would enable the old county courthouse to be closed as a courthouse. You haven't had any hearings on it. I heard speakers from the dais talk about how you had a report somewhere around that said that the state had concluded that the old county courthouse was going to fall down. Where was that? Was there any public hearing that you had on that? No. Did you have any study on the economic impact of that on the city? No. So you've been pushing that forward, and that's what's problematic. So I'd like to do everything I can to defeat it. Thank you.
Hi, Steve No, Placerville. What I've seen tonight is a bunch of bullying. What I saw was, we don't want the Cedar Ravine roundabout, but you know, we said, okay, we're gonna do the EIR. Oh, that's not good enough. We're gonna go get a ballot. And that's all I see is a bunch of people being bullies through the ballot system. Well, I think it's very unfair to the staff and you guys, because this is how you're gonna be pushed around. And it's, frankly, I'd love to see this thing go to ballot because, and I wish you wouldn't have done that, what you did earlier, because I think you should have just left it on the ballot. Let people decide, because, and make your case. Have that courage. That's, I mean, have your courage. File, I think you should file this report because it's not for today. It's not for the exchange that's gonna happen or not happen. The report is what's gonna happen in the future. And just like these initiatives, they're short-sighted. That's what I have to say.
Evelyn Vierkamp, Placerville. I would only like to respond to the charge of bullying. And I do that by refreshing our memories. My point being that it is not just a small clique like myself who stand up and say no, or stand up and ask to be heard. In August of 2011, 3 years ago, people who clearly were not us said from where you're sitting tonight. One of them was the then Mayor, David Machado, who presumably was not speaking to me to get his opinion. He said, quote unquote, "I'm finding that there is no traction and no support for the roundabout. So, after months of talking with folks both in and outside the city, I'm not finding very many people who support the roundabout." Immediately after which, then Councillor Mattson said, "I too have had very similar discussions. I think we are allowed to stand up and say what we believe. I do not believe that either then Mayor Machado or then Councillor Mattson had had discussions with troublemakers like myself. I believe they were consulting or speaking with a very different constituency. I do not think we lose our right to speak simply because we differ." Thank you very much.
All right, at this point I will close the public comment section on this. This is a information item. And what are, can you just kind of review again the 9212 code, elections code, and what the adoption of this file and report is?
Sure. First of all, let me dispel something that I think is a misunderstanding or misconception. as it was potentially referred to, as something that would accompany the ballot by several of the speakers. It is not a ballot statement. It doesn't go anywhere near the ballot. There are separate ballot arguments for and against various measures, but this report does not go or accompany the ballot in any way, shape, or form. It is a report that the council has the prerogative of requesting pursuant to Elections Code 9212, and 9212 is very specific about the report is to indicate the impacts of a proposed initiative ordinance upon several items, among which is listed the city's or the jurisdiction's general plan, public safety, capital improvement program, fiscal and economic impacts. And then there's others if the council wants to include those. Other things that the council can add to that, I should say. In this case, the council did not add anything. It just asked for a report under 9212. Some of the items listed there was obviously no impact, so they're not even addressed in the report. But it's not an environmental impact report. It's not a report that is designed to look at the pros and cons of the particular issue. It is just there to generically look at the potential impacts of a particular initiative on those items I mentioned. And by nature, it has to be general because, for one thing, the initiative was general. It covered the entire city. Now, we could point to a specific impact with respect to Cedar Ravine because of the CMAQ funding there. We could point to a potential specific impact with respect to Western Placerville interchanges because of the issue with Caltrans and whether or not their design requirements were going to insist upon a roundabout or the two roundabouts. But everything else is really general. How it's going to affect future funding, who knows, other than there's potentially an impact by not being able to deliver a project or by not being ready on time. And that's what the report simply points out. It's not intended to be any in-depth study. Certainly the amount of time that was allotted to get the report done didn't allow for that sort of thing, even if it was allowed for by statute, and it's not. The general plan, for example, it's general, it's vague. When you take something in the general plan that talks about cities shall strive to attain the highest possible traffic levels of service consistent with financial resources available and within the limits of technical feasibility. What that means to me is that you are to try and get your best traffic circulation you can get with the money that you've got and the tools that you have. And when you have studies, and I'm not the author of these studies, so believe me, I'm not invested in them, but when you have studies that point out the benefits of a roundabout, and they talk about operational performance and how well they perform as opposed to signals and stop signs, and that study is done by the Federal Highway Administration, U.S. Department of Transportation, you got to put that in there as a potential impact. I don't know what else you could do. I think you'd be derelict if you didn't. So what I'm getting at is the report is going to be general by nature, and there are studies by the federal government, by Caltrans, by the Insurance Institute, which I think probably they above all are going to be the most objective in looking at these things, which support some of these things that are stated in the report. But it isn't intended to be a complete analysis of the pros and cons and what happens to the, if we don't do this, you know, what are the impacts on the historical aspects of it if you don't put a roundabout in there. That's not what the section calls for. So I hope that answers the questions.
Any additional questions of staff? Okay. At this point, then, get a motion to...
I make a motion that we receive and file the report.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. We are at item 12.6. I'm sorry, is that right?
I don't know,
Yeah.
Yeah, 12.6. Okay, item 12.6. Mr. Morris, but I'll just say subject on this is in accordance with the Elections Code, Section 9215. Consider options to be placed on the initiative eliminating roundabouts and similar traffic features on the November 4th ballot and adopt an initiative measure as an ordinance.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. As you recall, at the June 10th council meeting, the council acknowledged and filed the city clerk's certification of sufficiency of the initiative signatures for the subject initiative we were talking about tonight. Pursuant to Election Code 9212, the council delayed further action in placing that on the ballot and ordered the report that the city attorney has just reviewed with you. At this point, the council is required to take one of two actions going forward. That is to, pursuant to Elections Code 9215, and that is to adopt a resolution to place the measure on the ballot. That is your first option. Or your second option is simply to adopt a resolution approving the ordinance as proposed in the initiative. And it's pretty basic to those. The costs involved placing the measure on the ballot, again, as I referred to in a previous measure that we talked about, could cost around $5,000. We won't know for sure until after the ballots are printed and they know how many measures are on there and the costs are spread amongst all those measures. So we don't know exactly what that cost will be. With that, I think that's all there is to report on that item. Either myself or the city attorney can answer any questions related to that.
Okay. Any questions? Yes.
Just one more clarification. So our only action here tonight is we can, one, choose to place their ballot initiative on the ballot, or we can tonight cancel all roundabouts in the city of Placerville.
Correct.
That's it.
Correct.
All right. Forever.
With-
Okay.
Without a vote of
Without a vote
of
of
the
without a
people.
vote of the people. So every single project that has a round, we need to go take to the vote of the people. Okay. Thank you.
All right. So I guess we'll open it up to comments from the public again.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. Since there's only two options, number 1 and number 2, and you can't do both, I guess you could, but wouldn't make any sense. And based on the discussions that we've had previous on the other items, there's only one choice you have, and that's number 1. To adopt a resolution placing the initiative on the ballot because you have to.
Thank you.
You've taken the actions previous, so this is the action you need to take now. The reason why you don't want to adopt the resolution approving the ordinance as proposed is for all those reasons that we've already discussed. And I think it's a common sense move on your part, not to presuppose something that's maybe not going to happen. Thanks.
Good evening, Jackie. No, of course I agree with Chris. It would be foolish of us to eliminate all roundabouts. We don't have an alternative plan. People have brought you an initiative without an alternative plan. How we're going to upgrade our cities without anything, it's a terrible initiative. Thanks.
Sue Taylor, you know, we've had so many discussions today, and it's almost like a lot of them get conflicting, that, you know, I heard about that we need more information before we make these decisions. And yet this council, maybe not all of you were there, but you went ahead and approved the roundabout on Clay Street without enough information.
We're on item
I know.
12.6 from your
Thank you.
records.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
The reason I feel that this is an important initiative, it's the people are asking you to show them what the plan is for a particular project or an area before you spend the money to move forward to design it. And I mean, you approved a project without engineering or knowing if the specifics of the Clay Street roundabout would actually function. And so there was been a lot of frustration over that.
So I don't believe that's true, but, I mean, I don't think you were here when we went through this. This was probably...
Well, it's already
it
been
was
stated that there's
before.
been no engineering done on a final product of the roundabout
Final
that was
engineering
proposed.
drawings are not completed, but we had engineering
Okay, that's all I
drawings,
needed you
and
to
so-
say, is
thank
that
you.
the
Finding
engineering,
engineering drawings, you can't get approved until you approve a project. You know that from being in a design business. You don't design a project, submit that design with engineered drawings to your client. You do your design first, give it to your client and say, is this something you got in mind?
Right,
Oh,
but
great.
when I-
Now before we submit it to the department, we have to submit that to an engineer to draw the working drawings, okay?
Thank you.
So you're correct.
but I have a split architectural / engineering mind, and so when I design something, I know ahead of time it's gonna function before they call out the connections and the members that they're gonna put into my design. And so, you know, we even drew the circle over there to show how anyway, that's the frustration, is that you moved ahead with a landscape design, not knowing how that would function. And so what I would like to see is that when you approve to spend a lot of money to move forward on these types of projects, that we know what it's actually that it will function before you spend so much money. Designers can make things function and know that they're functional before you do some of the engineering. And I don't feel like we had that on a lot of the projects. You know, let's talk about the sidewalk that they did from over Weber Creek. They've spent
Sue,
$5 million
Sue,
on a
we're
project that
I'm sorry.
didn't work.
I'm going to cut you
And it
off
was-
because
okay,
you're
I'm
way
sorry.
off subject. We are on item 6, 12.6. We have two options. You are not being clear on either one of those. You are talking about designs in, I don't know where, but we're talking about the initiative that's being brought forth by the people who sign the ballot, and we are to make a decision whether we adopt a resolution placing the initiative on the ballot or adopt a resolution approving the ordinance. Which do you recommend? That's a simple answer. Now, if you can answer that in 3 words or less, I'm going to let you continue. Otherwise, I'm going to cut you off again. Got it?
Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry, I was just trying to get back ground.
No, it's 3.
Which option? I'm flustered now. Hold on.
Yeah, me too.
Um,
I'm disappointed.
well, a lot of comment has been made. So I'll say we have 1 or 2.
Yeah.
Adopt a resolution.
Thank you.
Or 2, adopt approving the ordinance. Okay, for the ballot. Number 2. My wish would be number 2.
Thank you.
But
Thank you. No, your time is up, Sue. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Good evening. Other people's time is soon to be up too. A magazine recently placed Placerville in the top 20 of American main streets, but up until about 30 seconds ago, I thought everyone in this room deserved an award for an excellent public meeting. The agenda is packed with very serious and contentious issues, and everyone has spoken quite well, passionately, moderated. It's gone beautifully. The American dream. We all deserve an award for it. But I will never consider myself a bully for exercising my constitutional rights. So I know we all get carried away at times, but overall it's been a fantastic meeting, and I want to applaud everyone in attendance. Thank you.
Marion Washburn, I promise I'll be fast. My only comment is the ordinance as written and submitted to the city by the group I feel is a blunt instrument of the worst kind. I would feel very sorry if any governmental body ever submitted such a thing, but it's come from the public and there is no alternative but legally what to accept it. But I hope it is clear by individual council members how they view this in the upcoming campaign.
All right, at this point, we'll close the public hearing and bring this back to the council for action.
I'd like to make a motion, Mr. Mayor, unless there's more comments from the council. I'd like to make a motion that we adopt a resolution placing this initiative on the ballot.
Second it.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Passed unanimous. Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break. Okay, let's bring this back to the dais, please. All right, at this time, I'm calling the meeting back to order. We are on item 12.1. Okay, we'll start in a second. We'll just gonna. Hold it for just a second, I apologize.
Do 12.5.
There's, okay. Yeah, because it is after 10 o'clock and our current policy allows that we don't start any item unless we approve it. But so at item 12.5, which is the sixth item regarding looking at shorter hours or longer hours, we're going to put that off until next month. I'd like to, that wasn't my idea. That was Councilmember Pat.
Touche.
But we currently couldn't start another item, but we are going to start 12.1. Adopt a resolution establishing November 4th as the date of an election on the proposed ballot measure seeking voter approval relating to an enactment of a 0.5% transactions and use or sales tax for 10 years. Establishing the policies and procedures of such an election and requesting the county department conduct such an election. So, at this point, Mr. Morris, would you want to give us options 1 and 2?
Thank you,
And
Mayor
maybe
and
3?
Council. I know it's late, however, I do want to go through quite a bit of this report with you. I apologize, but I think that the last couple of meetings we've gotten away from the need that was established early on, maybe as far back as January, and so I would like to reiterate some of those things. I'll move as quickly as I can. As you recall, this all started back in January when we had a workshop to review capital facilities and the specific needs of those. And we discussed a number of things, but I think of most importance what came out of that was a review of the needs that we had on our roads, and I'd like to review some of those. In 2007, we did a pavement management study that looked at our roads. At that time, it was determined that we had $8.3 million of deferred maintenance on our roadway system. Our pavement condition index, or PCI, you may hear me refer to that quite often, was at 664 on a scale of 1 to 100. That may not seem too bad. However, you need to consider that that was back in 2007, 7 years ago, and that has continued to deteriorate since that time. The PCI at that time, the report concluded that in order to maintain that level of a 64 PCI, we should be spending at least $670,000 a year. We currently spend approximately $200,000 a year. And not even that in some years when we may use that funding not for maintenance, but we may use it for matching for a grant or other project that we have. So it doesn't always even go for maintenance. The report also stated that by 2012, 2 years ago, if we did not increase that funding, our deferred maintenance would increase to $19 million at that time. In order to stop that bleeding and stop that from continuing to get worse and to increase our PCI to 70, we should be spending $930,000 a year. In today's dollars, in doing some review without completely redoing that report, which you did approve a couple of meetings ago, a contract to completely redo that report and get all of that information. But in today's dollars and what we know of what that report would show today, we estimate that it was approximately $21 million in deferred maintenance in today in 2014. And as I mentioned, the new study is being prepared at this time. In a 2013 study by a national transportation research firm, they found that, and they looked at major metropolitan areas. They looked at the Sacramento region, and they said that 43% of their roads are substandard. Using some methods to extrapolate from that, I determined, and this is just an estimate, that at that time that approximately 39% of our roads are considered substandard. That study went on to show that based on that number, there's an estimate that it costs an individual as much as $597 per year per vehicle in additional costs due to poor roads in your community. Based on all of this data and this information, I don't think there's any doubt that our roads are in a poor condition, and if something major is not done, they're going to continue to get worse. So back in a few months ago, the city identified a 10-year plan that looked at spending $1 million a year, on road repair that would bring those road standards up to a higher level and slowly eliminate that deferred maintenance. That 10-year plan is attached to your report as Exhibit A. Based on that information that we had, the council asked us to look at doing a phone survey to find out what the public support was for a sales tax measure. In that report, 53% of the public ranked our streets and roads as the most important need, and there were a number of other items included in that also. 82% said it was important to find additional funding for road maintenance. At the beginning of the survey, 62% said they would favor a half-cent sales tax for roads, and 39.5% said, well, 39.5% said definitely, 22% probably. At the end of the survey, 64% said they would favor a half-cent sales tax, and so you can see that increased slightly based on education and based on things that were presented in that survey. The company that did the survey, Probolsky Research, provided a summary memo of their recommendations, and that's attached to your report as Exhibit B. The findings of those are the key talking points were that we need to clearly show that with this funding it would be protected from the state, that an oversight committee would be created to review and make recommendations to the council on how the money would be used. That tourists and those out of town pay a large portion of the funding, and that funding could also be used to restore Old City Hall. That was part of what they said was popular in that. In order to gather additional information, the city sent out a survey with our utility bills in May, and we got, to date, we've calculated about 464 of those surveys that were received. That information asked basically the general questions that the phone survey did, only not in as much detail, and there was not as much explanation of the questions, obviously, that were could be provided in the phone survey. In that survey, 77% said they're not satisfied with our roads, and 80% said that we need to find new funding. As far as their position on a half-cent sales tax, that currently stands at 50% yes and 50% no. On a 1/4% sales tax, it stands at 54% yes and 46% no. And there's other items that are in there. One of the key differences between the phone survey and the mail-out survey that we did was in relation to doing repairs and upgrades to our police station and to structurally restore Old City Hall. In that survey, 60% said they were less likely to vote for the measure if it funded Old City Hall, and 69% said they were less likely if it funded the police station. So why the big difference in those two? Those were kind of opposite of what the phone survey said. The phone survey was not as high as 70%, but it was clearly a majority that were saying they were in favor of funding both the police station and Old City Hall. At the City Council meeting on June 24th, the Council again received input on the sales tax measure. Prior to that date, the Council had received very little, if any, opposition to some kind of tax. However, at that meeting, there were some people who were opposed to any type of tax, and Council asked us to go back and present some options. One of the key factors in that opposition was that it would put us at a competitive disadvantage and hurt our retail sales due to the facts that we would be higher than our surrounding communities. At that meeting and tonight, there's a chart in your report that shows how we would compare to other communities. We are currently at 8%. As you know, we have 2 quarter-cent add-on measures currently that have been approved in previous years. One of those is Measure J, which is an ongoing tax, does not have a sunset on it, I believe. And Measure H, which was for our water and sewer improvements and to help keep rates down, that one has a 30-year sunset on it. So those 2 quarter cents add up to a half cent. Goes on top of what the base, which is 7.5%, so it puts us at 8% currently. As shown in the report, El Dorado County is at 7.5%. Placerville is currently at 8%. South Lake Tahoe is at 8%. An additional half cent would put us at 8.5%. In other comparisons, you can look at those and see those in the report. Nevada City is at 8.5%. Sacramento is at 8.5%. Galt is at 8.5%. And you have those others. Folsom is at 8, Rancho Cordova at 8, and those other communities surrounding us. Since the last council meeting, staff has done additional research to try to provide some information regarding what effects a sales tax measure may have on retail sales. And we did look at a report that was done for the town of Moraga. Unfortunately, there's not a lot out there, but there was a professional report done for them, and I'd like to briefly read the findings in that report. And I realize we're not Moraga, there's differences, you can look at all of those, but I think the report provides some general statements that I think can pretty much be applied universally. It says, based on a review of taxable sales trends in cities that recently adopted sales tax rate increases, discussions with professionals in the field, and a review of other data, and an increase in the town of Moraga's sales tax rate will have a nominal, if any, impact on local spending. Spending patterns within a locality are impacted by multiple forces, including the economy, availability of retail outlets, competition within the market area, access and convenience, and other factors. Small sales tax differences between communities have little impact on business and consumer purchasing behavior. Again, I realize that's not Placerville. The Moraga is much different than what Placerville is, but I think the statement that what impacts sales can pretty much be applied to other communities also. So tonight before you, we presented 2 options, and again, as I've stated the last 2 times when we brought this forward, these can be varied at this meeting based on your recommendation. Option 1 is to put a specific tax, and this was at your request, to consider doing a specific tax of 0.5% for 10 years. The resolution that is attached and the attached ordinance to that outlines the details of how that would work. It would be specific to streets and parking facilities maintenance only, and again, it would be for 10 years, and the entire amount would need to be spent on that. Because this would be a specific tax, it would require a 2/3 approval rate of the voters in order to pass in November. Option 2 would be is a resolution adopting a general tax, again of 0.5% for 10 years. The resolution is similar, only that it is a general tax rather than a specific tax, and it refers to streets, roads, and other public facilities, which allows us to spend it for other things than just streets and roads, which makes it a general tax. In this case, because it is considered a general tax, it is only requires a majority vote or a 50% plus 1 vote to be approved. At the last couple of meetings, there has been talk about a companion measure, so I've included that language in there as an option. However, it was my impression at the last meeting that the majority of the council was probably not in favor of considering a companion measure further. As mentioned, we've been doing a lot of research on this and looking at other options and how can we move this forward in a way that works. Another alternative that we came up with and discovered was recently done in the city of Larkspur, in that they adopted a resolution separate from the ballot measure, which outlined the council's intention of how they would spend the money. In that case, Larkspur adopted a resolution stating that they would spend not less than 75% of the funding on streets and road maintenance, and that the other 25% in their case could be spent on other essential public services, is how they stated that.
So ours would be police station and city hall.
Well,
if you wanted to.
Well, ours would be other public facilities.
Right.
Now, though police station and old city hall are two things that we've talked about, but that would be up to the council and based on a recommendation from the oversight committee that would tell you where it should be spent. Estimates to know what, and I'm not necessarily recommending those numbers, those are an option to you, the 75-25 split. Based on that, the 75-25 split would provide approximately 15 million in streets and roads maintenance and 5 million towards other facilities. As you recall, when we back in January when we discussed facilities, we noted that the price tag to upgrade and expand the police station that has been noted is approximately between $6 and $6.5 million. So you look at that and say, well, that's not going to do it. If the council approved this, we would look at two options. If the council approved this and their desire was to upgrade and do improvements to the police station, we would look at either trying to find matching funding to go with the $5 million, which I think is possible, or we would simply scale back the project to meet the budget that the council and the oversight committee recommended to be used.
And we could also do like a phase. It could be done in phases.
Correct.
So that, okay.
Correct, yeah. So just quickly, the $20 million, where that comes from, Measure H fund budgeted for revenues for this year is $1,009,226. So just over $1 million is what we're expecting in revenue from Measure H. It's a 1/4 cent tax, therefore a 1/2 cent tax would double that amount and be just over $2 million. A year, over 10 years, gets us to the $20 million that I've referred to here. Procedures for the election are set forth in the resolutions. The resolutions also contain the required findings pursuant to CEQA. The ordinance is part of the resolution, whichever one you determine to adopt, if you determine to adopt one of those. And the ordinance becomes effective immediately if the ballot measure passes in November. So that's how that process works. As mentioned, the ordinance provides for a citizens oversight committee, and it talks about the annual oversight and what they would do. It talks about them having an annual meeting. I project that that's the minimum that they would have, but they would have could have more than that depending on what the work is that they have to do and what they need to accomplish. It's proposed to be a 5-member committee appointed by the city council to review those expenditures from the general tax or a specific tax, whichever the council elects to go with. In order to place this on the November ballot, we do need to take action tonight. Initially, we had stated that we needed it by July 2nd. Our city attorney has spoken to the county election official who has told us that, yes, if we get this to them by tomorrow, July 9th, that is fine. It can still make the ballot, and we're fine. So at this time, I've written in here 4 options that I see that you have. There's probably more than that if you want to look at other options that we've discussed in previous meetings. Number 1 is to discontinue further research on a sales tax measure and look for alternative funding for streets and roads. So go back to the drawing board and look at other ways to do this. Number 2 is to delay the adoption of a measure at this time and consider it further at a future election. So we could hold off, gather more data, do more work on it, and look at doing that in the future sometime. Number 3 is to adopt a resolution providing for a general sales tax of a 1/2 cent for a period of 10 years. And my recommendation with that would be to adopt the associated resolution which declares the council's intent of how to use the funds derived from the tax. Just let me state quickly, that resolution, if adopted, is not the same as a companion measure that we talked about that would be advisory anyway, advisory if adopted. The resolution would be council's guideline of this is how you spend the money. It can only be spent on that at that point. The resolution is firm in stating what your position is on how you can spend the money. And then the fourth option would be to adopt a resolution for a specific tax of a half cent for a period of 10 years. Again, would require that would require a 2/3 vote, as opposed to the general tax would require a majority vote. Costs associated with this, again, we've talked about several measures tonight. $5,000 is an estimate that we received. It shouldn't exceed that. It will probably be less than that. We have $10,000 in the budget. May or may not cover that. We just don't know until all the ballot measures are printed and on the ballots, and we see what the actual cost of the election is. So with that, I will send it back to the council for questions, comments, and we'll try and answer.
Okay, we'll start. Tricia, do you have any? Okay. Carol, no? Patty? You're not ready?
No.
Okay. Wendy? I knew you were ready. I just want to make you wait a while.
I think before we have public comment, I'd like to state what my proposed amendment to this resolution would be, so that the public has a chance to comment on it. I greatly appreciate the creative thought that's gone on the last 2 weeks as far as, you know, what is a good way to accomplish this, and I appreciate the Larkspur example of the perhaps 75-25% split that seems to be the best of both worlds. So I will be leaning toward a general tax. And the amendment I'd like to propose to Exhibit F, and that's where it states the percentages as to what can be spent on what. Starting with the rewording that the ballot measure, the Placerville street repair and other facilities measure, it shall be the policy of the Placerville City Council that not less than 75% of the measure money will be directed toward road improvements. The remaining 25% shall be directed to the improvement of roads and other public facilities, including but not limited to the upgrade and expansion of the city's police station and restoration of Old City Hall, as recommended by a citizen oversight committee. So I'm basically proposing that we take out the road improvements or other permissible governmental purposes. That seems rather vague and nebulous. So I'd like to kind of nail that down. So I'm on Exhibit F, page 1 of the resolution on how we're going to use the revenue.
And that's your very last exhibit.
Yeah.
of all of those
So
that you
yes.
have in this report.
So I think that's very clear as to what council's direction, or what's the word, what our intent would be should the sales tax measure pass.
Okay.
I have something to add also. And I don't know if it would be in the ordinance, but I'd like to spell out clearly how the oversight committee will be chosen. I think that it's important to have full council, whether it's similar to what we do with the planning commission, and not just the mayor and the vice mayor in City Hall selecting who they want.
I believe.
Well, it says that the council.
Well, we do on other committees too, but it doesn't specifically, technically the council, but it could be just 2. But
Right.
make it clear that it's.
Yeah. The council approves them, but only 2 of them usually interview and make a recommendation on some of those committees. I've talked to Councilmember Wilkins about this, and we're fine with that. I don't think it needs to be changed in the ordinance.
Okay.
Just clearly stated, and we understand that the full council will interview the applicants for that
I agree with
committee.
that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, we can do that.
Okay. And again, Wendy, just some questions on, but not limited to upgrade and expansion of the police station, but
Do you want me to read it again?
please.
Okay.
As
It shall be the policy of the Placerville City Council that not less than 75% of the measure money will be directed toward road improvements. The remaining 25% shall be directed to the improvement of roads and other public facilities, including but not limited to the upgrade and expansion of the city's police station and restoration of Old City Hall, as recommended by a citizen oversight committee.
Okay. Any additional questions or comments?
No,
the only thing I have to say is that I was, when I heard about this alternative, the 75-25, I was very much in favor of it, and I approve what you said. I think it's a great.
So before we bring it back for consideration, I'd like to open it to public comment. So, please.
Kirk Smith, City of Placerville. Last time we were here, Patty, you pointed in essence to one side of the room and said there's really not much we can do for them. They're going to be opposed to any tax increase. And
No,
since
I did not say that. I said that this part of the room was not in favor.
Correct.
But I didn't say we're going to.
Correct. I agree with you. That's what you said. And since I was on that side of the room, I wanted to help refresh your memory that early on in this discussion, I cited you in particular for saying you made a very persuasive case. I said that although I had differences on some substantive issues with you, nobody can dispute your love of this town and your long years of service, and said that you made a compelling case. When Cleve cites the data, no offense, Cleve, but it sounds very clinical. When you say it, you exude sincerity and passion. So I was in agreement with you. But I want you all to know how very effective you've been throughout the last few months in talking me out of it. And here's why. We have a shortage of money, but it's also a problem about how you spend money. And while you all can be devout Republicans, conservative, or very, libertarians, you spend money like the stereotypes of those people that we call Washington liberals. I've seen no signs of fiscal restraint. When we had, just by example, something that happened a few years ago when we were stuck with a major budget crisis in the state, based on property taxes, there was a major shortfall. So what did the governor propose? A modest increase for a short period of time coupled with fiscal restraint. But I don't see it from any of you. When Carol points out the problems about a sales tax implication for merchants, that resonates with many merchants and certainly with many in the community. But I don't see any corresponding relationship to reducing spending in anything any of you have done in the last several months. Carol, on the night of June 10th, for example, out loud or appropriately pointed out how much money you had spent that night. It was like $750,000 or something, and in essence asked where we're going to get it. But I don't see any change. When you worked on, and it's three of you, you've got Pierre and Carl and you working on the streetscape plan about 2005, just because you did it then, does that mean we're going to have it now? If you, for example, have been involved in a program where you were going to have a plan for water usage in 2005, would you still use it now in 14 when we got a drought? No. But we have a major shortage of money, so all those plans that you came up with for streetscape, on June 10th, and then when I point out about, well, you've got these potted, these giant plants and the planters, and but that money came from a special fund. That special fund is, in essence, from the public. It's just like when you talk about grant money, be it federal grant money or state grant money. Well, what is it? That's taxes, and that's the people's monies. So you're going to pass it tonight. Okay, we know that. But the real test is what happens between now and November. And I believe that it's going to have to be this body showing restraint on how you spend the money. And I don't see that so far. I just see a lot of big bucks. You had, I think you're paying about $18,000, whatever it is, for the city hall. And that should be up pretty soon. So if you take that times 12, months a year, you could come up with a couple $1 million in 10 years. So there's a lot of ways where you can get the money, and you wanted to know ways to do it. That's one. So I'd like to see some more fiscal restraint in how you spend your money, and I think that's what voters are going to be looking for between now and November. Whatever you do tonight, that's just your first hurdle. But the big one is what you do to sell the public on the idea that you've been frugal and conservative in how you spend the money. Because again, if it comes to water spending, we had, you know, there was talk about how we spent water on watering the plants downtown. That's de minimis, but it was symbolic. So it would have been symbolic if you said, okay, we're in the midst of a shortage of money, so we're not going to have the big bulb outs and all those other kind of plans. So that's what I think you have to do between now and November, is show some fiscal responsibility. That's not demonstrated by anything I've seen from ever since I commended you for having made a compelling case for a sales tax increase. Thank you.
My name is Allison Lopritch, and I run Glenmorey Bed and Breakfast in the Historic District. And I can't tell you, I love this idea. I couldn't agree with you more, and I want to tell you why. I really like we really need our roads fixed. I live on a street that my neighbor has lived in the house for 60 years since a child. She can't remember it ever being paved. There are potholes the size of a bathroom sink. Bathroom sink all up and down it. And every 6 months or so, a truck comes by and shovels these black pebbles into it. And then a month later, they've all been run out, and the holes are back for another 5 months until the truck comes by again. And I think it's a deterrent to my business in a way, because the only way in or out is High Street. And my only concern with what you've said here, and I like that you have this Citizen Advisory Committee, I would like them to be accessible to us, so that we have a way of going and saying, would you review High Street for me? You know, would you kind of, you know, when was it last paved? I mean, properly, not the shovel full of black stuff, but, you know, a nice coat. And I really like also the 75-25 split. I think that's fabulous, because it's also very important to me, and has been over the last year more than any other time. Important to me that our police force has what they need, because they have come through for me as well as they could, but they've saved me in some circumstances over the last year. So it's really important to me with that. And also would almost encourage you to broaden the city hall idea to all historic of Placerville, all historic, the maintenance of the gem, which we love in our neighborhood, that is historic Placerville, and maybe even, you know, make it be a little flexible about, you know, the police department and our historic buildings and that kind of thing as being options that are open to that funding. But I support you on this. I can't tell you enough. I just, thanks. You know, thank you.
Okay. I just want to also say thanks to everybody that's up there, and everybody who's a city servant or a public servant, service person. We all really do appreciate the role you fill. And when we had the meeting last time, you guys came through and you said you were going to bring back a couple different ideas, and I want to say I appreciate that. And I want to also say that if you're going to put anything on the ballot, it should definitely be a specific tax, because the general tax doesn't have the oversight. You all could be off the council in 3 years, not to say that we want that, but then you have all these new people that could abuse that any way that they want to. And so I think if you really believe that this is a good thing, I think you should definitely put your support into a specific tax and sell it to the people, like, you know, politicians are supposed to do. You also asked us, or myself, to come up with some ideas for alternative ways to come up with some funding. And I think we all do want to see historical buildings improved in our, you know, police force to have an adequate building. I don't think there's any dispute on that. I think the dispute is where you guys are trying to get the money. I mean, there's a lot of people, entrepreneurs, small businesses, who believe that it's not in raising sales tax. I mean, our country's was founded on, you know, not abusing taxes. And founded by entrepreneurs. Was not founded by big box stores and corporate strip malls. But if you want corporate stores in this county, maybe they should pay a little bit more, because after all, there's no residents that, you know, are affected by those. They are actually stockholders and have millions and millions of dollars. But what has happened, which I think is very exciting through this, is there's been a rally of a group of people that have actually come together. And I've been asked to read this. These are some ideas that we've come up with in about a half a day. And so when it does go to ballot, if that's when it is, this group will continue to grow, and we will continue to find more ways, and we will continue to educate the voters every chance we get on all the ways that we feel we could get this money, because I agree, our roads are important for our businesses and for this town, as are our public buildings. So I'm just going to read this, and this is not mine, this is a group effort. But again, I think it speaks to what's coming down the pipeline as far as what we can do in a short amount of time. So the first one is, don't replace the city engineer with another high-paid administrative position. There's a lot of, use the staff you have. If necessary, send them to school and improve their credentials. We don't need to hire, keep hiring city officials with six-figure salaries when independent business owners can't even make it ends meet for themselves, and this is going to hurt them. So, when you have to pay us,
Just so you know, he doesn't make six figures.
Who? This is a group effort, I'm telling you. Only 1% of the fund, this may not even be right. This is a group effort. All I'm saying is,
Okay.
This is, laugh if you want to. Only 1% of the funding comes from construction permits. So, in 2000, we've heard in 2010, $250,000 of the gas tax was shifted over to pay the municipal yard salaries. How long is this going to continue? Was that loan to the general fund? If so, have the funds, if the funds in the city are increasing, then general fund dollars need to be going and paying back these salaries so that the gas funds can go directly to road repair. At this time, the city is working in partnership with the county to receive grants for transportation. How much are we receiving for that? Have you sold the specialized pavement truck that we own? If not, is it making money or saving money? The gentleman that spoke, I believe Kurt, obviously brought up the fact that there should be more money coming in once the city hall project is over. There's extra money each year. How much is that? And how much can go to our $20 million mess up for that? The stops, this is another, with the money, if we stop putting more money into specific roundabouts like the Cedar Ravine, how much more money comes from that to improve our roads? Because we all agree that better roads and better public buildings. Right. Yes. So this was all compiled before we heard that. I'm just going through this. We're all tired, so I just got to go through the list. Apparently, two of you sit on the El Dorado County Transportation Commission. How much does Placerville receive from that commission? $609,000 of a community development block grant was used for water line replacement. Can any of that money be used for maintenance? If not, if $600,000 can be raised for a grant for water line replacement, what about the grants that can help fix our roads? We spend $23,000 a year for parking monitoring. Are the people that have to pay more in sales tax to come and shop in our beautiful town, are they going to get can we do something with the parking fees that they have to pay to offset some of that? The city budget, when we look through it, 76% of the city's budget goes to personnel. Check out the water treatment plant's expenditure and income from the water sewer service. I think the city is getting more than they spend, but it's hard to break down the numbers. So we also see that a big amount of money comes from the auto sales, auto sales, which doesn't matter, if you're wherever you're a resident of, that's where you get that money. So on and on and on. And again, it's late, and you guys are going to do what you're going to do, but I think if you're going to put it on the bill, you got to do a specialized, and you got to go for that 2/3, and you got to regulate that money. If we need to do something else to, the 75-25 makes sense, but I'm just giving you a taste of what we are doing as a community, organizing against these efforts and informing the voters. And every time we have a meeting, we tell our members to go get 5 more people and bring them back to the next meeting. So we are continuing to grow this, and that's our plan to make our voice heard for the November election. Or November ballot, and I just want you all to know that. And those are some ideas. We're happy to bring more. Again, this is a group effort. We got a lot of people, and we got a lot of time. So thank you very much.
Hi, Steve No. I think you should go for the general tax, and this is why. I like the idea of having the money available for matching funds and being able to put it to maximize our money. But the flip side of that is what a couple of people have alluded to, is that you got to keep looking for the grants. You got to keep plugging away, because Cleve, by your numbers, we've got a bow wave of $21 million of work to do. The taxes add up to $21 million. There's nothing left for these special projects. So, I mean, maximize your money, but you got to come back and figure a way to pay yourself back to get the roads fixed, because that was number 1 on your survey. That's the first thing you got to do. That's all I got.
Sue Taylor, sorry if I don't speak correctly sometimes when it's this late, and I have to sometimes talk in a circle to get to a conclusion, so that's kind of how my brain works, so I apologize if that was frustrating. Anyway, I would just say on this, I didn't print this item out because I thought there would be something in the back I could read, and I don't see anything on the table to see what we're talking about. And so I'm a little concerned because I'm just reading what's on the agenda, and I think you've changed some of that, what's on here, and this tax that was on this paper talks about being on there for 10 years. Is that staying in the new? Okay, you're shaking yes and you're going no. So 10 years. 10 years?
10 years.
Okay, so isn't this supposed to be accessible to the public, the items that you're changing or what you're resolving, or can you change this and then you bring it back, or, huh?
We didn't change the 10-year thing.
Okay, but the whole resolution is, there's not an exhibit, so I have nothing to speak to what my options are that I would consider. So
Because
I
you
would.
didn't print it, or you didn't?
It's
back,
it's not in the back. So I don't know if you're talking about attachments. I was gonna go look to that and I just didn't see that. So I apologize. Maybe I need to have the stated again so I know. Basically, I don't like increased taxes, especially on the city merchants. And I say if you do something, it needs to be specific, and I wish I could see this verbally so that I could, get it better in my chest what we're actually approving. Thank you.
My name is Jeff England. I'm with El Dorado Disposal. I'm here to advocate for road maintenance and repairs. We take this very seriously. I take it as nothing less than a public safety issue. I believe that that's as fundamental a responsibility as this board has, and frankly, a responsibility that we share. That's why I'm here tonight. I would also take the opportunity, if I may, I've heard an awful lot of talk tonight about value associated with the preservation of history and buildings here, and I would suggest that this is rather your one opportunity to address those critical infrastructure issues at the same time, and I would personally advocate for a general tax and choose to make the leap of faith that I believe this council has earned, that with a adequate oversight committee that the public trust can be met, and that the well-defined goals can also be met, and that we're not having the same conversation 10, 15, or 20 years from now. Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff.
Good evening, Mike Drobish. Of course, a company that drives big, heavy trucks around our city, tearing up our roads, would love us to pay for it instead of themselves.
Actually,
Okay.
I believe we pay for it as consumers of those trucks.
Okay.
So,
Opposed to tax increases in general, but if you must, first of all, I don't envy your decision tonight. You've got serious work to choose. But if you must put it to a vote of the people, I would like an oversight committee of 5. Committee shall meet at minimum quarterly and not be limited and spelled out by occupation. Keep yourself flexible. Maybe consider 4 mandatory residents and 1 could be a business owner, because you do want to include some of your business owners who are vested in this community but do not live within the city boundaries. So I would like you to consider that, and a 10-year sunset no longer. If it is successful, it will be revoted on through an extension. Thank you.
thanks, Mike.
Brooke Johnson, Main Street merchant. I just wanted to thank you guys for bringing up the special tax and postponing this to a second month. I really appreciate that. It made us feel like we were heard last month. I would like to put my vote in for a special tax. I am a reformed government auditor, and with best intentions, I believe 3 of you are up for re-election at the same time as this goes on the ballot. So that money may not ever be spent for the things that you want it to be spent for. Not that you're saying, not that I think that you would do it intentionally, but best intentions don't always work out. So if you can do a specialized tax that forces you to fix the roads, then I don't think people will be behind you.
Nate just gave me Exhibit F, but it's not completely filled out, and so I don't know if this is...
That was an amendment that I did tonight. Would you like me to read it again, Sue?
Is that what we're going to end up adopting?
That's what I'm proposing to council, and that's why I wanted to share what I was thinking before public comments, so it gave you a chance to weigh in on it. Would you like me to read it again?
Well, I'm just, the protocol, I thought that this had to be available for the public, so I'm just concerned that it's not... F? Okay.
There's no requirement that it be here at the meeting. We usually do that. We were not able to do tonight for...
It's a courtesy that we have it in the meeting room. It's available on the website. In this case, it was available 6 or 7 days before the meeting on our website. We put the agenda up last Wednesday.
Well, the items aren't even filled out.
The blanks are not required to be ahead of time.
Okay. I'm confused, because I do this a lot at the county, and if it's not complete and passed out or something, that they hold it to the next meeting.
Well, it's my understanding that staff was letting council weigh in on that tonight. That was our decision, right?
I mean, there's,
Okay, so
legally
maybe
it
there's...
doesn't have to be filled in, as long as the staff report covers that issue, which it did, giving the council the option to fill in whatever percentages the council desired if it went to that option.
Yeah, because we could have gone 80-20 or, you know, so they just left it blank so that we could give our input and
Fill it
decide.
in. Okay.
So in general...
So you have many options
So-
tonight besides F? You have like... Okay.
They're exhibits A through F.
That are all different choices?
They're not all choices, no.
Okay.
Some of it is background information. But, thank you.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. Related to this item, it's surprising that a special election requires a supermajority, but that's what happens. So the notion that a general tax is just a majority, if you're looking at it from a governmental perspective, it's made up for you. If a library can't get a special tax because it ends up with 68.3%, there's no chance in the world that this, if you go special tax, that this is ever going to pass. You can never get the votes. So that's based on my own experience, multiple elections, watching these special taxes get defeated, even if there's good intentions. So it depends then, tonight, your vote, obviously, on what you think is the best chance to be able to pass. And making these adjustments, which you're making right now, helps clarify, at least for the people here and who's ever watching the live stream, at least they'll understand what your intentions were, is to try to lock in on something that can be passed, because it's a tough go. And you've heard a lot of speakers come up and speak to that. You need to do something. Obviously, to do nothing is not here tonight as an option. So good luck. But right now, I think the people are looking for, generally, improvements to the infrastructure, which obviously the business have a stake in that infrastructure. And even though they're going to have to eat another 0.5%, at least in terms of their business, I think that the general idea, at least in terms of the dialogues that I have, is that we don't like taxes, but the more clear you are on how the money's going to be spent, whatever methodology you use, that's a must.
Thank you.
I'll remind you once again that Measure H was a special tax, and it passed at 75% because it was very clear as to what the money was going to be used for. That it was going to be used for water, it was going to be used for sewer, it was going to be used to reduce people's sewer bill a little bit, and if there was any left over, it would be used to reduce our debt. So, and it would have a committee, an advisory committee to the council for where and how that money was spent, and that advisory committee would work with the staff to prioritize and distribute that money. It has taken several years to get the amount of money that we have from Measure H, and it will take several years before you accumulate enough money from your sales tax, whichever way you go, to get anything done. And I'm still more in favor of a specific tax. However, if you can actually amend so that you can guarantee people that at least 75% will go, and I would put it roads, parking, and the road infrastructure, so that it covers curbs and it covers storm drains and it covers the things that, you know, are attached to roads. So you've got, so that your parking lots are also covered in that. And then, and I'd probably go 80%, 20%. And then I could actually vote for it. If you can convince me that that's real and that's not just like those advisory things that, well, we might take it into consideration and we might make some other decision, because like I said last time, this is one of the better city councils I have seen in the last 25 years. I have seen some really awful city councils in the last 25 years that I wouldn't give a dime to, because I wouldn't trust how they would spend it. This city council, I think, has really good intentions and has done a pretty decent job. But I know that I'm not alone in that realization that we may not always have this particular city council, and that they do vary a lot. And so we would want it nailed down pretty tight. But if you could nail it down, last time I said, if you make it a general tax, I won't support it and I won't vote for it. If you can nail it down, then I could support it and I could vote for it.
Good evening. Dave Machado. I own a couple of businesses that generate sales tax for you. I'm a little disappointed with this third option tonight. I don't believe, or I don't remember that's what the mayor's motion was. I thought it was for the 10-year specific and the 10-year general, but now we have this new option. Anyway, I'll give you another option. If you want this thing to pass, put it 75% for roads and put 25% for sewer rate relief. That'll pass. Your Measure H money is already, with inflation, running out, or not running out, but what's subsidized in our rates is slipping away. Every quarter, every year, sewer and water rates are going up. That same little subsidy from Measure H stays the same. So we're losing ground on our sewer and water rates. So it's a problem that will not go away. Cleve, you brought up the town of Moraga, and I couldn't help but go to their website, and I'd like to compare Moraga to Placerville. And that survey was on the mental attitude of the residents of Moraga and their feelings of paying an increased sales tax. By the way, it was 1%, it passed with 70%, and it was a special tax. But here's the difference. Placerville, 10,000 people, Moraga, 16. The median household income of Moraga, 98,000. Placerville, 36,000. The median family income in Moraga, 116,000. Placerville, 46. The per capita, that's every man, woman, and child in Moraga, income, 45,000. Placerville, 19. If you're not picking up on this, they're pretty rich in Moraga. I don't think they care about an increase in their sales tax. The poverty rate in Moraga is 1.9%. This is all on Wikipedia, by the way. 9.3% of families and 12.1% of the population of Placerville is below the poverty rate. Here's the big one. Moraga generates $2.95 million in property tax. Oh, City of Placerville, $137,000. That's because we've signed it over about 20 years ago to the fire department. It's a functional problem the city has, and if you don't write it, your sales tax is just slipping away. The internet, inflation, look at Dave Warren's numbers in your budget on sales tax. It's slipping away slowly but surely. And now you want to come back and bite the apple one more time. Moraga generates $1 million in sales tax. Placerville, $3.5 million. Police departments are about the same. Their budget's $2,174,000. Ours is $2,337,000. Here's a big difference. They contract with the Contra Costa County Sheriff's Department for dispatch. Cost, $100,000. Cost to our department, Chief, I'm sorry, but you weren't really involved in this a few years ago. You're too new, but $633,000. Big money. It's $500,000 more that Placerville's spending on their dispatch. And a couple of years ago, Mike Scott contacted me and said, it's a problem. Your retirement, your pensions, your cost of your dispatch alone is a problem, and I'm not sure, and we won't get into the debate tonight. You have 5 dispatchers. Divide that into the number, you're paying $126,000 per dispatcher. Now let's look at the Sheriff's Department. And this is just one item where you need to do better. If you want to tax us more, do a little bit better on how you're spending your money. The Sheriff's Department's dispatch is $2,340,000. They have 27 dispatchers. They spend $86,000 a dispatcher. We're 126. El Dorado County Fire District. They mutually share their call center with CAL FIRE and other fire districts. They spend $65,000 on their dispatch. That's just one area of the budget that is not handled well with the city. And it needs to be addressed. Back to property tax. I think the city gets $137,000. That's it. Patterson, where Cleve comes from, Let me get my notes. Patterson. Patterson's earning almost $2 million in property tax. Their fire department cost them $1 million. So they've got more revenue than us. It's because they get it from both pieces of the pie. And if you look at a lot of cities and counties, they get more money from property tax than sales tax, but not Placerville. We live and die with sales tax. And again, tonight, you're not just taking a 1/4% bite, you're taking a 0.5%. You talk about the tourism. Well, yeah, we have tourists coming through here, but a 1% difference. And so finally, I'm going to wrap this up with, we talked last time, you're playing games with the general tax. You want road money, your needs are 20 million, a 1% special tax generates 20 million for the roads. You start dicing it up with this 25%, you want it to be a general tax. Well, there's no guarantee, it's not binding on any future council or staff that you spend the money that way. Your polls tell you to save Old City Hall, to keep it, to renovate it structurally, or renovate the police building. It tells you it's not popular. So you may lose this thing over those two items. So my recommendation is put it on as a special tax. I'd prefer a 1/4% than the 0.5%, but put it on, state your case, and I think it'll pass. But you need road money, but I'm just saying you're biting from the same piece of the apple, sales tax. Cut your spending, go find some different money. One other idea, your new city hall, your payment structure is $196,000 a year. It's paid off in 2021. You're paying, over this next 10 years or whatever it is, you're gonna pay $200,000 in interest. Your principal's a little over $1 million. You wanna save a big chunk of money? Pass your 1%. Take the first $1 million, pay off your loan to new city hall, save yourself $200,000 in interest costs, give it to the chief and let him remodel his building. So I'm urging you to put on a special tax. I think anything less than that, if you put a general tax on.
Wait, Dave, you
Yep.
said special tax and then you just pay off a loan on City Hall. That doesn't work. Sorry, I just.
Nope, you're right.
Okay.
So, because it would say roads, not police building or city hall, but
That's okay.
I think if you put a general tax on, you're gonna have a fight on your hands. It's, because there's no guarantee on the spending, it's not binding. Lots of cities put their case on, they put the special tax on, and it passes. But you guys wanna do this little shell game, and I'm not liking it. So anyway, thanks for listening.
Hi, I'm Laura Clark from Placerville. I do like this idea and the extra amendment that you added, Wendy. I really like the idea that we could do 75-25 and that we could do major work to our roads, but we could also make an investment with the other 25% into what actually drives our tourism downtown. That it is an investment, that we could use that extra 25% on the different things that would then help us. We're at a crossroads right now, and that crossroads is, we just had Paint What Matters. The Taylors have done the building that I can't wait to see. So we're sprucing it up, and that is what drives tourism. That's what people see when they come into town. Well, tourism isn't going to stop because we have a 0.5% increase in our sales tax. They're going to keep going to Tahoe, and they're going to keep traveling 50, and they're going to keep stopping here for gas and for cute things, and they're going to still come to Apple Hill. And it's not an increase to those folks. And we are behind the times because we are less than what everybody around us is paying, no matter what people, how they want to package that. So we're coming up with the times. There's always the risk of inflation catching up with any investment that you make, but this is an investment in our town. We've had this entire conversation tonight about the roundabout and keeping Placerville what it really is, and I certainly don't want to go back there again, but what I know to be true is that an investment into the neat things about Placerville by restoring the old buildings, the things that people see. And, you know, with AB 109 and the increase that we have right now, I mean, we are asking our police force to do more with the same amount of people in rubble. And we have to change that. We have to change that. Those people would give their very lives, and we ask them to work out of rubble. So make the investment. Do the 50% majority. Write it so that it's palatable to the people, because I don't like taxes, and I don't know anybody that does. But 75% towards what means the most to the people, because that is who you serve, and 25% as an investment, because that also benefits every single person that passes through here and every business owner. And to say that we're taxing the businesses, that's a pass-through tax. That does not tax the business. Those people that are tourists are still going to come in, they're still going to buy. Those folks won't know anything about an increase. They'll be paying typically the same. San Francisco, Sacramento, the 50 corridor. It's not a huge increase for them. For us, if we shop locally already, we're going to see a little bit. I can afford that. I can afford 0.5 on my purchases for an investment into my community where I want to raise my children. Sorry it's so late, but I really support what you're doing. I really think that this is the way to do it. I think it's short-sighted to decide how we can do things and how we can't. I think what we have to do is make the investment, let inflation fall where it may, and decide that we'll make the investment for the future. And who knows how that will pay off.
Thanks.
Can I tell you what I told you before? I'm not happy about the tax, but less happy about having not good roads. I'm looking for a specific tax. I'm looking for you to tell me specifically what you're going to spend that money on. Thanks.
Marcia Johnson, a Main Street merchant. I know we need improvements. I would like to see a specific tax because I feel like people know exactly where that money is going to go to. In a general tax, yes, you can say that's where it's going to, but there are no guarantees that it is. And referring to tourists, yes, tourists are part of our business, but we also get a lot of locals, and it is going to affect the locals too. So I don't think we can say that our business is completely for tourists, because we have a lot of locals that are coming down to Placerville too. Thanks.
All right. At this time, I will let Dave have a few words.
At first, I was for a specific tax, then I went to a general tax, then back and forth. And, you know, we've got to give, this council's worked very hard on this, and I think that the council deserves an opportunity to show that they want to do the right thing and will do the right thing. So personally, at this point, I would support the new measure that Wendy has proposed.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, I'll close the public hearing, bring it back to the council for action.
I would like to read a letter that we received from Laurel Brentbaum, who's the Chief Executive Officer of the local Chamber of Commerce. She said, to the Placerville City Council, regard sales tax increase. The Chamber of Commerce would like to express our support for the proposed sales tax increase. Some would view this as an unusual position for a Chamber of Commerce to take. After much consideration for not only the needs of the city of Placerville and its residents, but the overall slowly recovering economy, we believe the sales tax increase to be the best solution to a very real need. It is unfortunate that past generations didn't foresee future needs and rainy day funds were not a part of municipalities' budgets, but that in part is what has precipitated the need for the increase. Placerville, as a historic community, faces many deferred infrastructure issues. We are not alone. Many older communities across the country face these same problems. No one likes taxes of any kind, but in this situation, this tax is a worthwhile long-term solution for Placerville. we encourage the city council to vote in favor of the proposed sales tax increase. Laurel Brentbaum.
I have a comment to make to that, Mr. Mayor, if that's all right. Thanks for reading that, Patty. I think that's important to have our chamber weigh in on this, and appreciate all the comments tonight. What was helpful to me, none of us like taxes, absolutely. As we were going through this last 6 months, what hit me about our local residents is what this 0.5% will mean to local consumers, which of course, you know, we're all supporting our local community. It will mean about $76 a year extra that our local community will be spending. And that's, you know, around I ask you, would you spend $8 a month in order for us to receive $1.8 million a year toward improving our city? I know I sure would. And that really helped break it down for me. So I think that's an important clarification.
Okay, I've kind of said this before, but I am in favor of a general tax, 10 years, half-cent. I like the idea of the resolution with the 75-25 for 75 roads, 25. I do not want to see our facilities slip away, and this is the way we're going to this is the only way we're going to get the money. It's only 10 years. That's 2.5 council terms. I wanted to make a comment about Moraga and about how they're rich and everything, but we have something that they don't have, and we are in the top 7% for per capita tax, and that is a big deal, meaning we are not the only ones paying for this. We're getting a lot of extra help without having to look for grants. And then one more thing is that we are not passing a tax tonight. We're putting it to a vote. We've put together this package. We've done 6 months worth of work, endless community, not just our meetings, but you've seen us out there, doing what we can do to benefit our community, to get the most bang for our buck. And tonight we've come up with, I think, a really good, we did a good job. I mean, staff, this is the best that we could come up with. So, if number 2 is to delay for a further, if we can't come, I'm seeing some support from this. And I've seen people, 1 week I only want a specific tax. The next week, I'm okay with the general tax and so we've been working together. So we're putting it to a vote, yes or no. Thank you.
I would like to say thank you for you saying what you just said, Tricia, because, as you know, I have been against a sales tax increase because I still believe that it will impact retailers. And I feel we really haven't explored alternative ways of raising money. And I still feel that to a certain degree. I do like the idea of the 75-25. I personally don't think a specific tax is going to work. As much as I like to think that we could get over 70%, I just don't think we will. I would like to toss out an idea for the oversight committee that each member of council actually just appoint someone. I think that would give us all opportunity to have input into the oversight committee. That's just a thought.
I have a question on that. Cleve and John, in the ordinance, the Citizens Oversight Committee, the way it's structured will be determined later. What we're doing is we're approving an oversight committee, but then we can determine at another point how that's determined, whether it's appointed or whether the whole council approves it. Is that correct?
Exactly.
We don't
The
have to work out
ordinance
those
just says
details tonight.
the oversight committee is appointed by the council, but it doesn't say what that process is going to be. So it could be each council member appointing one. It could be by a vote of the full council.
Okay.
That's something that can come back. And you
So
guys
we're
can
enacting that
determine.
we have an oversight committee that recommends and reviews the expenditures should this pass, but then we can determine what that works.
And we would decide that before that election date, so people could use that as a tool to base how they're going to vote.
Yes.
I think that'd be important.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
A resolution, yes.
I just want to add one thing. I know there's been such a lot of talk about specific, but that's why I kind of liked this idea when I first heard about it, the ability to be able to at least it would be general, but yet we're specifying 75% goes toward road improvements. To me, that's pretty specific. And I don't think, and it says then the remaining 25%, it also is pretty specific where it'll go. So I just think this is kind of a, I'm sorry?
It could also go
It,
roads.
right, we could, we could put the whole thing to roads, you know, so, I really like this, and I would vote in favor of that.
So we need to, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, one more question. So we need to, if we move forward with this, adopt two motions. One, adopting the resolution as a policy for the use of revenue, and then the other, a motion to adopt the resolution enacting the sales tax. Is that correct? So we need two separate motions tonight?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Number one, I move that we adopt a resolution adopting a policy for the use of revenue as noted in Exhibit F, with the amendments detailing the percentages and rewording as discussed by council.
Second.
I guess we need to call roll on that.
Vice Mayor Borelli?
Aye.
Mayor Hagan?
Aye.
Councilmember Patton?
Aye.
Councilmember Thomas?
Aye.
Councilmember Wilkins?
Aye. And now I move that we adopt a resolution as noted in Exhibit E, enacting a half-cent general sales tax for 10 years with the amendments noted.
Second.
Been moved and seconded? Yes.
Vice Mayor Borelli?
Aye.
Councilmember Hagan?
Aye.
Councilmember Patton?
Aye.
Councilmember Thomas?
Aye.
Councilmember Wilkins?
Aye.
Okay. At this point, we will move on to item 13. I'm not sure if there were any reports.
Well, you know what, there are no reports, because we all,
None of us had meetings.
all our meetings were, all our meetings were canceled.
Okay, and any requests for future agenda items? Seeing none. Any staff reports? Okay, upcoming items. July, our next meeting will be
July
August
22nd 's
12th.
canceled.
yes, be August 12th, 2014 at 5 p.m. closed session, 6 p.m. regular session. The July 22nd meeting is canceled. Good evening, and thanks for paying attention.